12th, 2024, regular BCC meeting. We'll have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Present.
Thank you.
Now let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the state pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the perfect friendship among united cultures. Now the land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owinge, White Shell Water Place. And if we can have a moment of reflection. Thank you, sir.
All right, we're good. Hello, Brickman House with Community Development. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and let us take, in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Okay. Sit down. Approval of agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. There's no recommended changes from staff to the amended agenda as presented. I would just note the following changes between the initial agenda that was posted last Tuesday and the final amended agenda that was posted today. Those were posted on Friday. Those changes were the addition of item 4J to the consent agenda, and in addition, on the final amended agenda, item 6D was withdrawn. And I would also just note that the final amended agenda was posted on Friday, more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting, as required by the Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the agenda.
And I'll second that.
Chair, under discussion. When we made the time for the presentation, Director Kunkel from DOE requested that she could be heard around 4 p.m. So I just want to...
She's still expecting that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's incorporated into my motion, if possible.
And that's a friendly, yep.
Thank you.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, modified by Commissioner Hansen, of course. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, we have approval of meeting minutes. Request approval of September 26, 2024 commission meetings. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hansen. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? No opposition. Request approval of September 27th Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the special meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hansen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And finally, request approval of October 8th Board of County Commission meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the October 8th minutes.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hansen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, all those passed unanimously. Consideration of Commissioner proclamations, resolutions regarding and other action items. Resolution implements Santa Fe Food Council Policy Report on strengthening and expanding food, nutrition, and agricultural. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. The resolution before us is to basically support that Santa Fe County will implement all the recommendations as feasible for strengthening our food access and security in all areas of Santa Fe County. And we work closely. The Food Policy Council was established with the city of Santa Fe, so it's both a joint city and county initiative. We have aggregate within the county, and what we've been asked to support this year in the interest of moving forward into the 24-25 report is that the county will strive to support programs that benefit long-term economic viability and well-being of individuals and entities and businesses that are related to our local food systems, that the county will advocate for beneficial food and agricultural programs through state legislative actions and support the food initiative and other related programs, not limited to universal school meals that are healthy, New Mexico grown K-12 early childhood and senior center, local food, farm to food bank, food is medicine, Medicaid waiver, approved supplier program, and senior and WIC farmers market nutrition programs and water initiatives for farmers programs. So with this resolution, I ask support from the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners that we implement the Santa Fe Food Policy Council report on strengthening and expanding food, nutrition, and agricultural programs in Santa Fe. And that's a motion.
Second?
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Hanson?
So thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing it forward. I just want to reiterate that for the last 8 years, I have advocated for the aggregate program to be up and running. I think it is really important that we find a way to support our farmers and the local market. And I also think that this resolution kind of covers all of our issues that we want to advocate for at the legislature.
That is exactly
Yeah.
for. Yes,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
so I think that that's really important because we still have plenty of money from the legislature coming in from oil and gas. And so I think that supporting our agricultural realm is really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I appreciate this resolution and support most of it, or all of it as far as I can tell, and probably even more. And that leads me to the next question. Having spoken to a constituent recently about the TDR program and how it can be used to preserve agricultural land. I know that you and I have spoken about this. Is there something specific in here that speaks about how we as an organization should be looking at updating the SLDC to make sure that we take care of and preserve and optimize the preservation of agricultural land? Is that stated in this?
Thank you, Commissioner Green. It does not currently, and it doesn't specifically identify TDRs, though it does inherently in its recognition of county policies and activities. It's broad enough that it would incorporate that, and anything that would be specific to TDRs would be supported by this resolution if and when it passes, that it would be consistent with what we are supporting here.
Wonderful, because as you know, we need to preserve, not necessarily via TDRs, but as well as TDRs, but how to preserve agricultural land. So thank you very much.
Any other comments? All right, we had Motion by Commissioner Bustamante and a second by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition, passed unanimously. Number 4, consent agenda. Does anyone want to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move to approve. Are you removing something, Mr. Commissioner Green?
I'd like to,
I'm sorry.
yes. If possible, if we could have a quick discussion on item A, I'd like to just discuss the calendar for next year.
Okay, item A is removed. Anything else?
No. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda except item 4A. Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition. Next, let's take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Or,
That should have been the consent,
was it,
What?
that should have been the whole consent agenda with the item A removed.
Oh, all right.
Is that what you got?
That's right, that passes. Okay, do we need resolution
Resolutions.
numbers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for item 3A,
No, A got pulled off. So item 3C is the first one.
well, this was Commissioner Bustamante's resolution.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that one is 3A, and that one is 2024140.
And then under 4?
Then, now if we go to 4C, that's 2024141. 4D is 2024142. 4E is 2024143. 4F is 2024144. 4G is 2024145. 4H is 2024146. 4I is 2024147. And 4J is 2024148.
Thank you. Now we go back to 4A. And Commissioner Green, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I guess today is a BCC meeting, which is important, and it seems to follow a regular schedule. And this doesn't necessarily speak to our BCC meetings, but today was also feast day at Tesuque Pueblo. And we have 4 pueblos, more than 4 pueblos really, but 4 that are entirely within Santa Fe County. And I think that when we're looking at the schedule, that we need to really appreciate and find a way to accommodate our Pueblo brothers and sisters and make sure that our schedule in the future years, maybe even starting with 2025, doesn't schedule meetings on feast days. They're pretty known in advance. They might move a day or two, but usually they move from a weekday to a weekend if that's going to be when they move. But they are still holy days for our brothers and sisters there. I don't know if we've matched up this calendar to that, and I don't know if it has to do with any of the meeting calendars. I don't think it does, but I just wanted to state that for the record, is to say I hope that we can accommodate that with our scheduling of important meetings.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, we will bring that information forward when we ask the board to adopt its annual Open Meetings Act resolution, to which is appended its regular meeting schedule. So we'll bring forward the feast day information. I think that's what you're describing.
Yes.
That's a separate action item at a future meeting rather than this calendar.
Yep, and I would hope that we would pass on if our Native brothers and sisters feel that this is the day that is of comp time that they would like, as opposed to a different holiday. I would hope that they were able to do that without penalizing them for time off. But that's another issue. But thank you very much. With that, I will make a motion to approve items 4A. A resolution authorizing holidays, closing of county offices, and the 2025 Santa Fe County employee calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's passed. What is the resolution number?
Mr. Chair, 4A, the resolution number is 2024149.
Okay, now we have appointments and reappointments. And can we have the Growth Management Department? And you're Herbert Foster?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Herbert Foster, some of us have met, most of us have not. I'm the planning team leader for the Transfer Development Rights Program. I'm also managing the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, who is advising the Commission on everything related to impact fees. The decision before you this afternoon is we're requesting your reappointment of 3 members to the current committee. The role of the committee is to advise the Commission really on all matters, like I said, related to imposing impact fees on new development. We will be presenting a discussion and suggestions on impact fees, basically whether to move forward with impact fees and if not, and if so, how much and where and how, and all of those details related to the Development Fees Act. So at a later date, probably later, the beginning of next year, we'll be having a more full discussion about impact fees and what those are, what they mean, and how they work. But for today's decision, we're asking your approval to reappoint 3 members of the current committee. Those individuals are Daniel Painter, Cass Thompson, and Barbara Felix. They've all served on the committee prior and have sent in their letter of interest and resumes. They all meet, for sure, the qualifications to serve on the committee. We did receive a 4th letter and resume from an individual who was also highly qualified. You do have the option to appoint all 4 of them if you like. The state law allows at least 5. The resolution that formed the committee says 5. I don't see any reason if it's your desire to appoint more. It would be nice to have another individual to give us his expertise. His name is Robert Shevitz. Pardon me if I mispronounce that. I think he may be here. But I wanted to make that clear. You don't have to limit it to just the 3. I interviewed them. The only reason I would suggest you might want to limit it to just the 3, frankly, is because Mr. Shevitz has been in Santa Fe for barely 4 years, and the others are basically, for some exceptions, lifetime residents. So I just wanted to reiterate that. So we will be discussing the impact fees at a later date, but today we're recommending reappointment of the 3 current members to the committee. And if it's your desire, we may need to amend a resolution at a later date to allow at least 5. But it's your discretion. I think I don't see any issue if you're interested in putting an additional member. But that is, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear. We can put Mr. Chavez, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, Robert, on the board now.
Well,
Or you would rather we do it later?
Again, the state law says at least 5. The resolution says, the commission resolution says 5.
It says what?
It says 5. It doesn't say at least 5. It doesn't say no more than 9 or anything like that, so.
Thank you, okay. And also, welcome to the Santa Fe County.
Thank you.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, thank you. I'd be happy to. Lived in New Mexico for almost 30 years. Born and raised in Arizona, Southwest native. Been a planner for 30 years nearly. Worked with a number of local governments in the Southwest and the town of Taos, village of Taos Ski Valley. I've also worked as an economic development planner and land use planner for Sandia Pueblo, housing director for Taos Pueblo. So I have some experience working with Pueblo communities, also as a consultant for some time. Written comprehensive plans and any number of development review reports for commissioners, and very excited to be managing the TDR program. It's something that I really enjoy and believe in. Just moved here from Maui 8 months ago. Glad I went, but more glad I came home.
Well, welcome home,
Thank you.
and
Welcome. Let's go to Commissioner Green next.
Thank you, Herbert. So question, in my sort of opinion, there should be staggered terms, and I don't really, these look like 3 all at the same time, and then in 2027, we're going to have all 5 are going to come up. Was it originally staggered and just from some past appointments sort of unstaggered themselves?
Correct. That's my understanding, yeah. I think there was someone perhaps had left and filled in that appointment, and I can't tell you exactly the whole history of the sequence of things of how this unfolded and turned out the way it did, but the intention was staggered steps, staggered terms, but that's not how it is at this point.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I would have liked to have seen things restaggered at this opportunity. I don't necessarily want to do that from the dais right now, but it would have been great to do that. The other question I had was, do you know what districts each of these individuals, they all have to live in Santa Fe County, if that's correct?
They do all have to live in Santa Fe County, yes.
You know which districts they live in?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Commissioner.
Mr. Hanson.
I think I can tell you that a couple of them, or one of them lives in 2.
One of them lives in 4.
And I can't,
It's okay. I just out of curiosity, but that's all right. Any?
Mr. Hanson? Oh, not here?
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. To Commissioner Green's point, since we can't see who is represented each area, I think it would be important, or at least I'd like to see a balance of representation from each particular district, just to ensure that any of those recommendations, whatever those recommendations may be, are balanced throughout the county. We're not able to see that at this point, but I think it is important.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I'd like to make a motion to.
Oh, wait, I have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just curious, does Cass Thompson fill a particular requirement for members of the commission? You know, him being the only active developer on the commission.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. He represents the development community. He's a home builder. The other criteria are at least 2 have to represent real estate, engineering, the development community in one way or another. At this point, in one way or another, they all do. One's an architect, 2 are retired planners, worked a lot in civil engineering, and Mr. Thompson is works for a developer.
Okay. Now, Commissioner Hanson?
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make a motion to appoint David Painter, Cass Thompson, Barbara Felix to reappointment for their terms ending on November 13th, 2027.
No, second.
How about Robert Chavez?
Since that's something that needs to come back at a later time,
Okay.
I was not gonna, that was why I asked this clarifying question.
Thank you. I personally would feel more comfortable having amended the resolution to allow up to at least, so
Yes, I get
it's
it.
precisely following your resolution from years back.
Okay.
And I'll speak to him about his.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just add a comment on this. So going back to the resolution 2013-73, it does say that the committee is created subject to the appointment by the BCC of 5 eligible individuals, and then as mentioned by Herbert, they will consist of 5 members, at least 2 of whom must be represent the real estate, development, or building industries. So the resolution does contemplate that 5 members will be appointed You can come back in again and fill additional appointments if it's the board's pleasure, but just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
So Attorney Young, you're saying we could appoint Mr. Chavez right now?
No,
No.
like the
Okay.
opposite.
The opposite, okay. Very good. And do we have a second to Commissioner Hanson?
That was me. Yes?
Seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you very much. 6A, resolution adopting a revised organizational chart of the Santa Fe County Fire Department. Chief Black.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The Fire Department is here today to seek approval to update its organization chart and corresponding positions within the Fire Department. Currently, the Fire Department operates under Santa Fe County Ordinance 1997-11, which requires the department to seek board approval for rules and regulations. Out of an abundance of caution, we are seeking your approval to update our current organization chart to make sure that we are following appropriate processes. The current organization chart was approved by this board in May of 2023. When approved, we discussed the future development of administrative roles within the department, such as the need to prioritize medical services within our department. Since May of 2023, we've experienced a number of changes. First, the policy and planning section of the Office of the Emergency Management was separated from the Fire Department and now answers to the county manager. While the response functions, specifically the special operations of Wildland Tech Rescue and Incident Rehabilitation, were determined to remain within the Fire Department. Secondly, the department has had a number of vacancies that we have not been able to fill that we wish to change to support the prioritization of the medical services and special operations within the department. The proposed changes to the Fire Department organization chart was done in consultation with both command staff as well as the district chiefs. To support the needs of the Fire Department, we're asking the following changes to be made. We're asking to assign special operations functions to the battalion chief of operations and district liaison, and to change the vacant assistant chief position to a battalion chief of medical services. The special operations of the department, Wildland Tech Rescue and Incident Rehabilitation, relies heavily on both volunteer and paid personnel in the department. Thus, based on the feedback that we received from the district chiefs, we incorporated this change specifically to the district liaison to support that function of the department. The assignment of the special operations to the district liaison allows us to also then focus on prioritizing the medical services of our department. Changing the vacant assistant chief position to a battalion chief of medical services allows our department to focus on the growth of our EMS capabilities and mobile integrated health. To further support these initiatives, the department seeks to reclassify the vacant captain of recruitment and retention to an operations support manager position. This position would work with the battalion chief of special operations and district liaison to focus on the dynamic needs of creating a robust combination paid and volunteer programs to facilitate special operations. Additionally, this position would be responsible for spearheading our recruitment retention initiatives within the department. The second component is we wish to reclassify the vacant mobile integrated health lieutenant position to a civilian position of mobile integrated health program manager. This request follows industry trends that mobile integrated health teams are a component of fire departments that are built with case managers, social workers, and/or community health workers. This change will assist the Santa Fe County Fire Department in building upon the foundation to expand its mobile integrated health program. These requested changes will support the department in addressing our key needs that we're currently facing. With that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Not necessarily a question, but just an appreciation for the fact that this reorganization focuses on two areas that I think are both important to the department. One, recruitment and retention, and have somebody specializing in that, and then secondarily, somebody that works on the medical side of things and the EMS program. Knowing that I think when we sat down and discussed this a couple days ago, it was 90-something% were medical calls, but I think the 80-20 rule was what I had originally heard. So if it's in the 90s, we definitely need to bump up the capabilities of our medical personnel. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. I know this takes a lot of brain damage, so thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Hamilton?
No, I don't really have a question. I just really appreciate the thought and the serious development over time that this reflects. I think that's exactly what's needed, and I think it's really good to see that happening under current leadership. And I just wanted to acknowledge, if those of you don't know, that the president of the Volunteer Chiefs Association, Clark Thomas, is also here, so there's clearly support for this all the way around, which is really good. And I would make a motion to approve if nobody else is.
Oh, second?
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante.
Discussion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I thank you, Chief Black, for everything that you have done, and I think that this updating of the org chart and everything is a good move. I think that many of the programs that you have tried to do are a good move. I appreciate you reaching out to me whenever San Ysidro is flooded, which seems to be a regular event, and makes it even more necessary for a bridge at the crossing to lessen your load, since it is a regular event happening these days of having to close that. So thank you very much for all your work.
All right, I say thank you also. And can we, all in favor, say aye?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. And then let's move on to the ordinance providing for administration and operation of the Santa Fe County Fire Department.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. We have a
I
presentation.
guess I should get a resolution number for A.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number for 6A would be 2024150.
Okay, now on to the ordinance.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much. We do have a presentation that we will be projecting here momentarily.
It's traditional wait for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Here we are.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we are now here before you to seek approval to update two county ordinances. Specifically, we're looking to update Santa Fe County Ordinance 1997-11, which is the Santa Fe County Fire and Emergency Services Administrative Ordinance. The second ordinance that we wish to update as well is Santa Fe County Ordinance 2010-1, is an ordinance amending Section 7A of Ordinance 1997-11, the Santa Fe County Fire and Emergency Services Administrative Ordinance, regarding the reporting requirements for the Chief of Santa Fe County Fire Department. To highlight what these ordinances cover, first we'll look at Ordinance 1997-11. This ordinance was adopted in 1997 when the Santa Fe County Fire Department was formed. At that time, 15 volunteer fire districts were brought under one umbrella to form the Santa Fe County Fire Department. This ordinance outlines a number of procedures to include adoption of rules, regulations, which require board approval, as well as provides guidance through a number of administrative processes. At the time, that ordinance was very appropriate and did a tremendous job of bringing 15 fire departments in to operate under one fire department and administration. The second ordinance that we are looking to update is Ordinance 2010-1. This ordinance amends Section 7A of Ordinance 1997-11, which states that the fire chief is an employee of the county and reports directly to the county manager through the Community Services Department. Since 1997, when 97-11 was adopted, the fire department has experienced a large amount of increasing number of emergency calls, requiring not only more regional staff and district staff, but also has created a number of administrative and logistical needs as well. Furthermore, one of those needs has arisen is for an operational ordinance that supports streamlined processes, agile operations, highlights the department's current functions, and establishes clear and administrative processes. To address the needs of the new ordinance, the department invested a significant amount of time and energy in evaluating current ordinance 1997-11 and what it captured and prioritized what we needed to prioritize in a new ordinance. This process was a collaborative process starting in January of this year, when 2 district chiefs began soliciting feedback from the other district chiefs. This culminated in May when all of the district chiefs came together, and those district chiefs reported out to the remainder of the district chiefs of what the collective priorities were, how Ordinance 1997-11 captured district identity, allowed for the functions of individual fire districts. And out of that came a working group of several district chiefs that put together a draft ordinance. They brought forward that draft ordinance in this past summer, and that was presented to both the district chiefs as well as our command staff to solicit feedback and suggestions. That then was taken to county legal, and we worked through with the District Chiefs Association president and county legal and evaluated all of the feedback and input that was received and incorporated that into the proposed ordinance. As we looked to put together the new ordinance, we focused on a number of priorities. One was to enhance clarity in administrative processes. 2 was to streamline and improve operational efficiency within the fire department. 3 was to ensure alignment with the department's current organizational structure. The proposed ordinance in today's packet material builds on those foundations of collaboration that was laid out in 1997-11 and prioritizes that as we move forward. It also acknowledges the significance of both regional and district members are paid and volunteer members of the department. Furthermore, it also streamlines establishing rules and regulations, clarifying that the fire chief has the authority under the county manager to develop rules and regulations in collaboration with command staff and district chiefs. As we look to compare the differences between Ordinance 1997-11 and 2010-1 to the proposed ordinance, we see the difference in even just the very purpose. The purpose of the new ordinance captures that we are taking a all hazards approach, including rendering a number of emergency and non-emergency services, as well as community risk reduction models. Next is the department structure. The original ordinance discuss the fire districts and the fire district chiefs. The new proposed ordinance highlights the collaboration of district chiefs and administration and emphasizes the district chief's role in their communities. Next is the position of the fire chief. Ordinance 2010-1 states the fire chief reports to the county manager through community services. The proposed ordinance today in the packet material captures the current reporting structure of the fire chief to the deputy county manager and the county manager. Additionally, it emphasizes collaboration within district chiefs, with the district chiefs and command staff. Similarly, regarding district chiefs, the proposed ordinance emphasizes the role of district chiefs in managing day-to-day operations within the individual fire districts. It highlights their roles as conduits for their, as advocates for their local communities and encourages collaboration amongst the district chiefs. Additionally, the proposed ordinance also captures definitions that highlight our regional and district members and their crucial role in our department. Next, there also is a change in how we address rules and regulations. Under the previous ordinance 1997-11, all rules and regulations would be required to come to the board for approval. Under the new ordinance, the fire chief, under the direction of the county manager, collaborates with the district chiefs and command staff to develop rules and regulations for the department. This allows for input from department personnel, but also facilitates an agile organization. This was highlighted specifically over the last few years, when the need for this was highlighted over the last few years during COVID, when we were having to change our rules and response procedures on a weekly basis. This streamlines and allows us to effectively address and build policies and guidelines for our staff to keep them as safe as possible. Lastly, we'd like to highlight the Fire Advisory Committee. Under Ordinance 1997-11, it captures a Fire Advisory Committee that provides advice to the board and the fire chief. Under the proposed ordinance, there's no such mention of the Fire Advisory Committee. However, we do capture the District Chiefs Association, which was only mentioned by name in Ordinance 1997-11. The District Chiefs Association in the proposed ordinance is clearly defined, and it highlights their role and command staff's role in collaborating and engaging in strategic planning and decision-making. Today, we seek your approval to publish title and general summary of our proposed ordinance, an ordinance providing for the administration and operation of the Santa Fe County Fire Department and repealing ordinance numbers 1997-11 and 2010-1. And with that, I stand before you for any questions.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief. I guess really, I appreciate how this organizes and streamlines and modernizes this. I guess there's just one, sitting here as a member of the BCC, there's one thing that you take from us as an oversight body and you put solely in the county manager's realm. And I'm wondering if there's a reason for that. You mentioned COVID and so on, but I guess, we could be a pretty nimble organization to review these things. I'm wondering if there's a reason why we don't participate in approving and reviewing these things.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that question. Specifically, when we look at our operations and our policies and procedures and guidelines, there's a lot of specific technical details, such as that we need policies on of how we load hose on the fire trucks, our uniforms, our medical operations, and how we administer medications, and things that are very technical in nature. And so with that, as we are having to change and adapt within those technical items of the fire department, that's where we have proposed to bring that to a department level so that we can address those in an effective manner.
And you think that one county manager is better than 5 as well, Board of County Commissioners, to review with your recommendations?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, what we're specifically looking at is the timely and effective, the time that we're able to move through these processes. Specifically, when we do bring things to the Board of County Commission, or when we bring things for approval, there is a process of getting on the agenda, review, getting packet material in, and those can compound the time and the ability for us to make a timely policy change. Specific, earlier used the example of COVID, where we're having to change and adapt our operations on a weekly basis. In that situation, it would be prohibitive for us to be able to bring all of those changes on a weekly basis to the BCC for approval.
I would argue that we were under a state of emergency during COVID, so any change could be done relatively much faster and in an expedited way. But in the normal course of business, getting on our agenda, nothing has to be done within a week, right? It's within 30 days would be pretty good because there's probably been months of discussion about how these things need to come forward. If it's going to ultimately be taken out of our hands to review and to authorize these things, I would hope that there was a way that these things would be reported out for either for our sake to be knowledgeable, but really for transparency's sake, so that people know these changes have come and that there's a public report that anytime you actually go through a change that you decide is warranted, go to the county manager to get approved, that then these changes are reported to the BCC, even if we don't have any say in the matter, just so that this body and the public can see, and maybe some of your rank and file can see that some changes are coming.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, yes. So our SOPs and SOGs and how we operate as a department, those are to be reviewed on an annual basis, and we're putting together a process to do that and a continual reevaluation. And those are things that we will communicate out to our staff on a regular basis to make sure that everybody is apprised of change. We have developed a collaborative process so that we are able to seek subject matter experts as well as members from our regional staff and district members to have input on those operational policies as well.
As we've seen, this ordinance doesn't change often, right? So this last time this changed, at least was at 2010. So 14 years has probably been 4 or 5 chiefs and 2 county managers. So these things outlive you. And so great leadership right now doesn't necessarily mean that always holds up. So that's one of the reasons why I would appreciate these things reported to us. But in general, I'm supportive of this. So thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, with all respect, I think the levels of things that you're talking about changing, including the way you load hose on trucks, the color of uniforms, the technical level of things are exactly the sort of things you guys should have discretion over and does not need to be approved by a body of elected officials that have no idea why you would load hose one way or the other, or shouldn't really care about what color your uniforms are. If you vote for pink uniforms, I won't be in office anymore. Somebody else can express the alarm at what that would, what that might represent. But beyond that sort of thing, I think this is entirely appropriate. I think it's higher level policies that the board should weigh in on. Policies having to do with, are we up to date on things relative to the, international code, national codes, and how we're dealing with insurance issues and things that you do report back to us. But I think for nimble operations, it's interference to do otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
You already have a motion. I moved to, didn't I move to? Oh, no, that was the previous one. I would love to move to approve this.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, second by Commissioner Bustamante. Anything under discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. You have permission to publish title and general summary.
Thank you.
We move on to item 6C, approving the formation of Nueva Sequia 4 Santa Fe County LLC. And that's Paul.
Yes, Commissioners, Paul Olafson, Community Development Department. The item we have before you today is requesting formation of entities that will help us administer the Nueva Sequia practice, both the 4% and the 9%. And specifically, we're asking to form limited liability companies and limited liability.
I'm sorry, I have to apologize. I don't know if it's the mask, Mr. Chair or Paul. If you could just talk a little slower, I couldn't understand anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's okay. I think it was the speed. I don't think if I could hear it, but it was just fast. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try and slow down and speak a little more clearly. So the item before you today is to form limited liability companies and limited liability limited partnerships for the 4% and 9% Nueva Sequia low-income tax credit projects. Okay, now I'm lost. So these new entities are typically formed in the LIHTC, low-income tax credit project world. And primary reason for creating new legal entities is to provide separation of ownership for the partners in the project. They also provide tax benefits for investors, as well as risk management for all the partners of the project. We did have a presentation on this at the previous meeting, so I'm kind of repeating it, but I wanted to just get it on the record that creating the new legal entity is helpful for managing the relationships, taxes, and risks associated with a LIHTC project. The county's attorney's office, as well as our LIHTC attorney, have reviewed all of these documents and approved of them. We also have worked closely with our partner, which is TWG, as a development partner. They have also reviewed and approved these documents, and this is a normal course of business in their LIHTC world. As a condition precedent to submittal of the LIHTC applications, the county and TWG will each need to form the LLCs, which will be members of the two LLLPs. For the 4% LIHTC project, the county will form Nueva Sequia 4 Santa Fe County LLC, and TWG will form Nueva Sequia 4 TWG LLC. And then each of these entities will be partners in Nueva Sequia 4 LLLP, and these partners in LL4 LLLP, and for the 9% project, county will form Nueva Sequia 9 Santa Fe County LLC, and TWG will form Nueva Sequia 9 TWG LLC, and each of these entities will be partners in Nueva Sequia 9 LLLP. The resolution that's part of this packet authorizes the chair to sign formation documents attached in exhibits 2 through 16. However, for administrative reasons, Denise Benavides, who's the interim housing authority executive director, would sign and file the employer identification number documents, which are in the packet under Exhibit 4, 8, 12, and 15. And those will be filed with the IRS. And Denise will also be designated as the registered agent for via the Articles of Organization documents for both Nueva Sequia 4 and 9 LLCs. Further, the chair may authorize the county manager or designee to complete any additional documents or make corrections as needed for the formation documents. And then additionally, the letter in Exhibit 5 simply notifies the Secretary of State that Nueva Sequia 4 LLC approves of the formation of Nueva Sequia 9 LLC, and they have very similar names. So it's just a letter saying that's okay. In summary, the county will be the sole member of and manager of each LLC. As manager, the county will have sole responsibility to manage each LLC, except for certain matters that require member approval, which the county would approve in capacity as member. The primary purpose of the LLCs are to be partners in the respective Nueva Sequia LLLPs and to own real estate and personal property. And then summary of the limited liability, limited partnership agreements. Santa Fe County LLCs would act in dual capacity as both general and limited partner. The limited partner units initially allocated to the Santa Fe County LLCs would ultimately be transferred to investors purchasing the tax credits, so-called substitute limited partners. And the MOUs between the county and TWG for the 4% and 9% projects contemplate that the county will delegate its responsibility as managing general partner in the LLLPs to TWG, while the current drafts of the partnership agreement do not delegate such responsibilities, it is anticipated that once the tax credits are awarded, new partnership agreements would be drafted, in which the county will delegate its responsibilities as managing general partner to TWG. And we will bring those agreements for the board's consideration at that time. And then with respect to the lease agreements in Exhibit 9 and 16, the county would have a short-term lease with the two LLLPs, which provide the necessary site control over the land on which the project will be built for purposes of the 4% and 9% LIHTC applications. Once the tax credits have been awarded, the parties still contemplate that the county will enter into a long-term lease with the LLLPs. And separately, the board has authorized the county manager via resolution 2024-116 to, or a designee to complete the 4% and 9% applications. And with that, we respectfully request approval of the resolution that's in your packet, along with all the formation documents. And I'll stay up for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. Question about that, one of the last items that you just brought up with respect to the lease agreements. Without a sort of an option, it's contemplating a short-term lease for site control, but it doesn't really put into an agreement the long-term. I wonder if there's supposed to be like an option, a contingency, sort of saying that to do this. Would that give us this application a stronger thing? Because to me, a short-term tie-up, being a developer myself, a short-term tie-up means nothing without an option or a long-term with a contingency in either direction.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, the short-term lease is to enable the applications to be submitted to MFA, and it's following MFA format, I believe. The longer-term leases would be part of the closing agreements if the tax credits are awarded and the rest of the funding stacks are all put together. So I understand your comment, but the way I've been told through our development team and speaking with the attorneys, this is kind of a standard process, and I don't think we anticipate there's a risk of not following through if the funding is awarded.
Okay. Just to me, it seemed like to have it in hand for this agreement sort of gives a more oomph to our application.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if that disconnect there was something that I'm catching that somebody else didn't, but that's fine. If they think that that's the boilerplate that works, more power to them. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're going to have Denise sign these. Is she going to be signing these as the deputy for community development? Or is she going to be signing it as the acting housing authority?
She would be acting, or she would be signing as the interim executive director of the Housing Authority
Okay.
under that title.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. A couple of questions that I have, and just for clarification, I'll just say this out loud. So the importance of this, and we understood this from our previous meeting, is that Santa Fe County is able to move forward in providing tax credits and affordable housing at Camino Jacobo. So this allows us to do this. The question that I have regarding the manager of the company is the statement that if any vacancy of the manager's position may be filled by election, and that would be in the case that the county would no longer manage this operation, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Any vacancy occurring in the manager's position may be filled by election or an annual or special meeting. So it says Santa Fe County shall serve as the manager of the company. So Santa Fe County is the manager. Any manager may resign at any time. Such resignation shall be made in writing, shall take effect. So I'm trying to understand under what conditions Santa Fe County would, and this is in both of the operating
Okay.
operating agreements for Nueva Acequia 4 and 9 of the LLC. And it says that the acceptance of a resignation shall not be necessary to make it effective unless expressly so provided in the resignation. A manager need not be a member or resident of the state of New Mexico. So under what conditions would Santa Fe County not be the manager of this operation? And under what conditions, or why would we want an entity outside of the state of New Mexico? Why would we open it to external management? And under what conditions would Santa Fe County step away as manager of this?
Madam Vice Chair.
I'm asking him.
Yeah.
Thanks. I haven't.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, my understanding is that we have our partner TWG, and they are outside of New Mexico, so we want to have them be able, specifically during the construction period, to have an ability to move nimbly and make things happen. We would still be a part of the process, and we'd definitely be an integral partner with it, but I think, and I would defer to the attorneys, but I believe this allows us then to empower them to make the project get developed.
I need to understand that better. So, Manager Schaefer, I don't know if you can answer this or if it would be Jeff. Under what conditions would Santa Fe County not be the manager of this company? And why would we relinquish Santa Fe County's management responsibility to an entity not from the state of New Mexico?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, the way I read the operating agreement, which is, I believe, what you have reference to, the operating agreement for both Nueva Acequia 4 and Nueva Acequia 9, Santa Fe County LLC, I don't know that I could readily think of any instance in which Santa Fe County would choose to do that. What I would underscore is that that would be a decision of Santa Fe County, meaning ultimately the Board of County Commissioners to take that step. And as the only member of the LLC, it would ultimately fall to the county to decide who the successor would be. So I hope that addresses your question as best I could. I can't think of necessarily an instance when we would want to do that under this arrangement, but the reality is that those powers would remain with the county to decide whether to take that step, and if so, who the replacement manager would be. And I would defer to the county attorney if I mischaracterized how that provision would operate in practice.
I'm hoping to hear from the county attorney.
Yeah, Attorney Young, can you?
Yes,
weigh in?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I would agree with the county manager's response on that item. I think with all of these documents, we have to have an eye towards some flexibility because the investments change and things change. So I think these are kind of standard form documents prepared by our counsel in this case, but that's the way I see them, at least, is to provide some flexibility. But as the county manager pointed out, Santa Fe County is the only manager or member of this LLC, and so the sole control of the LLC rests with the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and our attorney, Jeff Young. So I understand that legalese can be confusing, and I'm hoping that there is some way that we can assure our constituents that we're not weakening any ownership and responsibility for what is otherwise a county asset, except that we are becoming a party to an LLC or an LLLP. It's the language, any vacancy occurring in the manager's position may be filled by an election of an annual or special meeting of the members called for that purpose, and I've just heard that the only members are the county. So the county is the manager and the members. And I can just say I'm putting on my neighborhood hat. My mom's question, the normal Joe down the street is going to say, what the hell does that mean? When we're the only manager, we're the only member, and we are entering in a for lack of, in the interest of not using a word improperly in legal terms, but we're putting our trust and partnership, and we're saying, as manager, need not be a member or a resident of the state of New Mexico. And under what conditions would we make our assets vulnerable? Or, and I don't know, I'm not going to say, but there is, under what conditions would someone come in and be able to take over, if that's a harder term, an asset that is managed and solely membered by Santa Fe County? Why does that language need to exist? Mr. Chair and Jeff, I'm just trying to understand what that means and why we would have that.
Well, perhaps
Mr.
I
Chair,
can- Oh, go ahead.
Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I just had one comment on that, and I see that Jen Lopez has her hand from Project Moxie as well, who is consulting with us on this project. But I mean, I guess I would say one perhaps instance is if the county sold the LLC, but the Board of County Commissioners is creating this, and so any withdrawal or resignation or dissolution of that would have to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. But I'll also ask that Jen comment.
Thank you, Jeff. And I would have strong concerns that any management or member over a Santa Fe County, over an asset that is run by an external LLC, should or must be a resident of the state of New Mexico. So I do have concerns about that.
Hi, Commissioner Bustamante. I
Go ahead.
want to try to give, oh, thanks, Chairman Hughes. I'm going to step back a few steps, Commissioner Bustamante. So again, this is an incredibly complex tax structure we're creating.
Monica, Mr. Chair?
No, it's Jennifer
Jennifer.
Mox. Jennifer Lopez, right?
Jennifer Lopez of Project Monte, which is located in, I believe, Colorado.
Yes,
Yes.
Apparently, YouTube viewers can't hear either. Is that fixed as well? Yeah, thank you.
Are we back online?
I think we're waiting for Jennifer.
Hi, Board Chair, can you hear me now?
Okay,
If I may just say, I appreciate what you said, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say I'm just looking to assure that the assets remain under the management of people who are in state. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. And I understand that monies would come from out of state, but that's just my perspective. Thanks.
okay. Jennifer, do you want to add anything real quick?
I apologize because I missed the back and forth you all had. You might have resolved this, but I was just going to reiterate the tax credit program is very complex. The way these agreements are written follow not just tax credit law, but investor requirements. So oftentimes, your LIHTC attorney is having to look at the rules of the program, the requirements of the investor, rights of your development partner. So your development partner is taking huge risk. So they've got to weigh that into the deal, getting these agreements. And so it's a hard question to answer, but I can say that you've got an excellent tax credit attorney, you have excellent county attorneys, and they've all reviewed this. And within the context of this complex program, said this is the way it needs to be laid out.
Well, okay, it seems that in order for the county to give up management, we'd have to vote as a commission to give it to an out-of-state manager, so that's very unlikely.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So, I thank you very much, Jen. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone. One of the things that we've gone around and around with Nueva Acequia is first we had another developer. Now we're bringing it back in-house to have it here, right? It's now our project, so to speak. We're creating these LLCs or LLPs.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson,
We were going to do it internally, now we're doing it externally.
yeah, and these are just legal entities that allow for the tax credit process to proceed. So we're not taking the project back. We're still partnering with TWG as our primary development partner. And these documents, they're also filling out LLCs and LLPs documents. And they're working in tandem to allow us to do the applications.
Okay.
So we're not giving up or taking back. We're proceeding as planned. And this is just new for all of us.
Thank you.
Motion, I'm prepared to make one.
All right.
You've made motions over my sisters. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
Okay. So this is really an important project for the county and for District 2. We've all worked on this for a number of years. I'm happy to see us take one more step in moving this forward. So I would like to make a motion to approve
Formation of Nueva
I'm
Acequia.
looking for my, what number are we?
At the bottom.
A resolution for the formation of Nueva Acequia for Santa Fe County LLC, Nueva Acequia for LLP, Nueva Acequia 9, Santa Fe County LLC, and Nueva Acequia 9 LLP for the development of the Nueva Acequia multifamily affordable housing project, including execution of limited partnership and operation agreement, and authorizing the chair or the designee authorized to sign the documents necessary for the formation of such entities.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Jen. Now we move on to we got to get a resolution number, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024151.
Thank you. Now we move to 6E, approval of agreement with Matrix Builders, the amount of $3,655,000, et cetera. Go ahead, Mike Hart and Bill Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill Taylor, Purchasing Division. We're here before the board for asked approval for construction contract for improvements of the Hyde Park Estates system. Turquoise Trail, excuse me. It's been a rough morning. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Purchasing did the IFB, invitation for bid. We received 2 bids. One from GME General Building and Matrix Builders. We found Matrix Builders as the most responsive bid. Although GME provided a lower bid by just a minor amount, the bids were very close, but pursuant to the procurement code, they did not submit a security bid bond, and it's clear that we could not accept the bid if there's no security bid bond. So that's the reason why we went with Matrix. And we have Mike Hart here to answer any questions specifically to the project, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Hanson?
I have a question. So we're working on this water line. How are we doing on the South Meadows water line?
So the South Meadows water line will be going out to bid this next month.
Okay, it's been a long time coming.
Yes, it has.
Seems this one got ahead.
We have a small acquisition we have to make. We have a private property right in the middle.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have just a couple of questions. Was the engineer who reviewed this independent of and gave us a recommendation? Is that independent of the construction companies and the county?
Mr. Chair, the engineer, if I understood your question correctly, the engineer of record did recommend award to Matrix. Is that was your question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, the engineer making a recommendation, I just want to make sure they're independent. In other words, we got an independent recommendation.
Yes, they were independent.
Yeah. And then why were the numbers so far off in items 1 through 4?
So items 1 through 4 deal with traffic control as well as SWIP. This is a 2.5 mile line down Highway 14, and it's a fairly significant traffic control process with respect to concrete barriers. The engineer's estimate of probable cost have been historically low over the past year that I've been here with the county, and have not been very reliable, unfortunately.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bill. A question, in the dig once theory of things, are we putting a conduit in here for broadband? There is a school down in this direction, and they do not have broadband at their location.
We're picking it up from the school and extending all the way down to the fire station. This is off the road itself. It's about 4 feet off the road. There was no provisions for conduits.
Don't we have a resolution that discusses dig once somewhere in the? This seems to be something that we should just be doing matter-of-factly, and at $3 million, this can't be that much more to put in conduit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, Plateau as a private entity has already been awarded NFTI money to do that project, so they will be providing the conduit up 14.
And it's an open access conduit, or open access fiber, or is it stuff that, because sometimes we can build fiber that we can open up and make more affordable, but if a private entity such as a Plateau builds it, they control it and they can actually restrict use and access to it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green, I don't know how the answer to your specific question. I just know that they're building that line all the way through 14,
Yeah.
and it's going to be probably higher capacity than we would be capable of putting it within this trench.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair, just to try to understand what Commissioner Green's saying, that makes a lot of sense. So I see that we're just going to take it, but we do have an understanding that we would, so there's a whole separate, different line. We're going to pay more to get the line through for the water without coupling it with the other endeavor. Is that what I'm understanding? So we all just agreed, yes, Plateau's doing it. We won't take into consideration what Commissioner Green just said with regard to possibly more access, but we have a separate contract and we're going to pay for 2 separate lines to be pulled through. End of story. Is that what I'm understanding?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, we could definitely talk with Plateau and offer the opportunity perhaps to see if there's any kind of synergy on this project, but we have not directly talked to them about this, and we don't have all of the details of their plans. And to answer Commissioner Green's question, because of their funding source, it would have to be an open network because they did get the federal funds.
Okay, great.
So, Mr. Chair, does, Mr. Commissioner Green, does that satisfy your concern? I have a concern that it's not efficient, but I do understand that you understand more.
Can I answer?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I haven't let go of the floor, and I want to hear from Commissioner Green. Well,
If
I'm
I can,
sorry, I will ask Commissioner
I
Green.
want to say that we have a dig once policy. I thought,
So-
I wrote it and brought it forward numerous years ago. So what happened to it?
So if I may, just to answer Commissioner Bustamante's, I think there's an opportunity to do both of what we're talking about. Given Plateau's project going up here at the same time as we're opening a trench, I think it would behoove us to go to Plateau and say, by the way, we're going to have an open trench here. And do you want, while we have this open trench, to coordinate so we don't have to be redundant, but we also don't have to dig twice, right? So let's use this opportunity that if we can get the conduit put in and Plateau wants to take that job on, that we could make it easier for them and therefore build a better partnership
Mr.
with them.
Chair,
So,
Commissioner Green, that's exactly my concern, and I'm hearing Commissioner Hanson say that we already had something in place, that that work would be done this efficiently. I mean, this is taxpayer money that we're being trusted with, so I expect that if Commissioner Hanson put something through a number of years ago that says, when we're going to dig a trench, we're going to look for every possible way to use that trench, and I'm hearing that Plateau's going to do something differently and that we have taxpayer dollars or legislative dollars as well. How can we assure that this is done in the most efficient and beneficial way to our constituents? That's all I'm asking.
Chairman, Commissioner, the installation of the cable cannot coexist with a water line. These have to be in separate trenches. The water lines, sewer lines, electrical, low voltage, all have to be separated.
so that is true to a point. Electrical lines have to be separated, but separation can be 18 inches and it can be vertically separated, so you can bury your water line and you can bury your fiber 18 inches above that. It's just a lift and it's still one dig.
That is true, but if we have to repair the water line, we're damaging all your conduits.
Yep, it's true.
Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. I was actually just going to point that out. And in addition, the concept of efficiency and having a policy to encourage digging once is laudable. It's important. But there are times when we reach out, for example, to the company here that's putting in the broadband line, and they're like, we're doing that. There's no way we're going to start until a year after you're going to start. And we want to push that policy that, to be highly restrictive. We could well end up spending a lot more money and increased construction costs waiting for them to get their act together. And so, there are times where there are, for example, things that are so sensitive, in-ground archaeological resources or that it would make it well worthwhile not to dig twice. But there are times when, even logic must give way to physics. you still, it may not be paying or achieving the goals. So they should definitely look into it. That's wonderful, but to make it an absolute doesn't account for, situation-specific variations that, in this case, at the rate construction costs are going up, could really be counter to what we're trying to achieve.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
We definitely have contact with the project managers from Plateau, and we would be more than happy to contact them and work through this and see if there is a potential synergy. Absolutely. We've met with them a couple other times, looked at other projects that we're doing along Highway 14, and we'll be more than happy to run this through them and see if there's an opportunity to save some taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. And sorry for calling you the wrong last name, Bill. Bill Gates. Yeah, maybe a hidden fortune. We're both confused this morning. Do we have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, it's your district. You want to make the motion?
I guess so. I make a motion to approval of agreement 2025-012 PWDK with Matrix Builders Incorporated in the amount of $3,655,357.81, exclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax, for the construction of the Turquoise Waterline Extension and Bulk Water Station project, and 2, delegate authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
Second.
We have a motion.
District, too. It's also my district.
It's on my
But
side
go
of the
ahead.
road. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hughes, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passed. Next, we have item F, 6F.
It's not yours.
Okay, Mr. Taylor?
Are you ready, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Before you, we are requesting approval of a contract with Paradise Power Company in the amount of $454,117.03, inclusive of tax, and delegating signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. We determined that the statewide price agreement was in the county's best interest and advantageous for us to utilize that with this firm who is in the price agreement to implement this software. And so the amount of the contract requires approval by the board. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. We have Jacqueline Beam here to answer any questions specific about the system, and Will Donahue. I'll stand for questions.
Do we have any questions? Seems no questions. We think it's a great idea. At least I think it's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
We have a motion?
So moved.
It's in all of our districts. We should
Second.
say it in unison. No,
We had a
just-
motion and a second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Resolution number? No, it's not a resolution. It's 3:30, so let's take a break and come back at 3:45 for public comment. Back in order here. We will move on to matters of public concern to be heard at 3:45. It's 3:45 now. I'd like to ask if anyone in the audience here today care to speak to us. One hand, come forward to the microphone.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to display a timer?
Yes, play a timer. And tell us the topic of your comment.
Yes, hi, my name is Patricia Sill. I'm here to discuss a meeting on hazard mitigation analysis and emergency response planning for BEST, the lithium battery storage facilities. I attended this meeting last Tuesday, and the county is only asking to have 35% of the plan revealed. What they've redacted are the hazards. So the hazards to our well-being, if one of these facilities explodes, and it happens 1 out of 4 times, is hazardous not only to our air quality, but to the watershed, to the value of our houses, everything that we all value is potentially at risk. I'm a couple miles from one of these facilities. There are other solar solutions that need to be considered. Bernalillo is asking for 100% of the plan to be clear. We're only asking for 35, and if they're redacting the hazards issue, then clearly we know we cannot trust them, or they are not ready to be endowed with this 40 different facilities that they're planning on plunking down. So when the county was talking about, we're just going to train the firefighters. Have you seen our firefighters? I'm sorry, but they're volunteer. And also that they're going to put a 30,000 gallon tank of water there. Well, what happens when water hits lithium? It explodes. So AES, a $13.5 billion company.
You can't address specific projects.
Okay, okay, let me try. Water is not a good solution. We can't use water or foam, okay? But the county thinks that is the good solution. So, with PFAS, forever chemicals in our watershed, drinking water could, who knows what will happen to all of that. So it is alarming that the hazards portion was redacted. And I think that we need to have the same that Bernalillo has, which is 100% of the plan in place. So that, we have nearby gas lines that run north and south along the western edge of El Dorado and to the community college. So these gas lines could be triggered. In El Dorado, we're in a high fire zone area, which of course you know. And yet I really doubt that the regulations will be in place, especially if it's been redacted. They're not concerned about the hazards to our well-being. And the noise quality, just for one thing, would be like the sound of an inner city, but it would be 24 hours a day. So our water, our air, the value of our houses, including tourism, etc., would all be challenged. And I beg you to take your time to really see what's happening before we just sacrifice me and 6,500 other people. We deserve better than this. Plus, I will just say, they aren't even saying that the energy that they collect will go to us. It could go to Colorado. Send it to Colorado. Send it to the middle of nowhere, wherever that is, because it won't need anybody there to oversee it. Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you.
Please consider this. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the audience here today in the chambers? Okay, if not, Daniel, who's up first?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Kay Cooper Mead.
Okay, go ahead, Kay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the county has just listed the starting times for the December 4th hearing officer meeting and the February 3rd planning commission hearing for 9:30 a.m. This will keep working people from attending these crucial hearings. Can the county please reconsider these times? Is it possible to start them at 5 p.m. and break it into a part 2 second meeting on a separate day if required? Or hold a meeting on Saturday to begin at 9:30 a.m. That's it.
Thank you very much. I can't respond to you directly, but we heard you. Next, Daniel.
Mr. Chair, we did have somebody sign up electronically named Chris Michels, but I do not see him online.
Okay, and how about Patricia Sill? Oh, that was her. Anybody else online?
Mr. Chair, no.
Okay. We'll close matters of public concern. Is,
Mr. Chair, two people just walked in. I don't know if they were here to speak, but they seem to walk in right now.
If you're referring to us,
Yes.
we're talking about the environment.
Okay, then we're perfect. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing that. Thank you.
okay. Is our presenter for number 7 present in the room? Okay, then we'll go back to 6G, approval to enter into agreement number 2024-2012 with Bonin Incorporated for engineering design services. And we'll hear from Mike Hart and Bill Taylor.
Bill's missing. Mr. Chair, let's see, we're requesting approval to enter into agreement 2025-0159-CDD-TJ. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Agreement 2024-0212 PW with Bohannon Houston for the engineering design service for the Hyde Park Estates water system improvements in the amount of $1,007,401.81 exclusive of NMG GRT. I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mike. Two questions. There are fire hydrants that satisfy the fire marshal in the Hyde Park Estates. This is literally a property at the edge of the forest. And I'm wondering if we're building this, at least a portion of this water network to be able to, have some firefighting capacity.
And Chairman Hughes, Commissioner Green, the project is based upon its current funding, allows for the retrofit of the existing tanks to circulate, to redo our circulating pumps, and to put in isolation valves and meters that can be read remotely. The isolation valves will provide a means to install or replace water lines in the future with fire hydrants for the purposes of, the isolation valves will allow an easier installation with less disruption to the community, but it is not currently part of this program.
Are the pipes capable of serving for fire hydrants? Like, I think the requirement for the ISO fire code is 6-inch pipes. Are we putting any 6-inch pipes in any of this development?
Chairman Hughes, Commissioner Green, the isolation valves will be installed as 6-inch lines. The current lines are 2-inch and 4-inch and are not capable of fire hydrant suppression. So there are fire hydrants, but they are not currently meeting the current codes, if you will.
So some of this up at the top is going to be 6-inch lines, maybe? Near the
There
fire,
will be no lines installed.
There are no lines installed.
No, there's isolation valves. It'll be a replacement of the control systems for the tanks and the booster pumps so that they can fill with a float valve rather than a timer. So it's eliminating FTEs having to go up to the site on a regular basis.
Was there any discussion about trying to do some fire control? Because I know that probably 50% of the people that live in that development have lost their homeowners insurance and had to find new policies right now. Like, this seems to be, if we're doing water lines, especially at the edge of the, you know, the forest, we should be putting fire hydrants, at least a few of them, at the edges.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the project is not a water line project, so we are not installing any water lines. When the county acquired the Hyde Park Estates system, you know, the acquisition agreement by which we acquired it was pretty express on this point, that the existing system, which we did not build, which was owned by a mutual domestic, did not meet current county service levels, including fire protection, and it was also expressed that there was no anticipation that the county would be, you know, addressing that at any, you know, particular time. So as you look through the preliminary engineering report that was done to look at options, given the agreement of the association at the time the county acquired the property, you know, that was not a design consideration when they were looking at these useful upgrades, but the PER was expressed in effect that if you were going to do fire protection, the entire distribution network would need to be upsized to a minimum of 6-inch water lines, as well as equipped with a dedicated fire pump to meet fire and domestic service, as well as increase the storage volume of the system by approximately 10,000 gallons. So that's a horse of an entirely different color and a project, again, of an order of magnitude far beyond what was contemplated by these initial system upgrades to just make the system work a bit more effectively from the perspective of county staff. And I defer to Mr. Hart, but nothing that's being done here would preclude any such future project, should that ultimately be programmed and budgeted, but it has not yet been to date. I hope that addresses your question.
It does to an extent, like, given, are we now on the hook for any future upgrades, or would this be something that if this development wanted to do, would they be able to contribute to this, or is this all on us at this point?
Commissioner Green, the design will take into consideration future lines, like we discussed, the 6-inch lines along with the fire hydrants. But I believe we own the water system outright.
Okay, and does this then connect to the city-county water system down in Hyde Park Road?
Commissioner Green, yes, the system used to have wells. Those wells have been decommissioned and capped and is strictly on the city's meter.
Okay, and does this interconnect with the development directly to the south of it, called the High Summit? I know that the High Summit has a water system that includes a fire hydrant that connects into this development here in Hyde Park 1 or Hyde Park 3, whichever it is. But it doesn't connect. It just provides a fire hydrant at Camino Lisa.
That is correct.
Is there going to be an interconnection between the two systems?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you have more better pressure within the systems, so you have flow going in both directions. You have, instead of one point of access.
Mr. Hanson.
So, just for a little bit of history, this is something that has been going on for 8, 10, 15, 20 years, because this is a part of the problem with annexation. And this came out of the issues of annexation by the city and the other agreements. We took this over because the city was incapable. So I think there's a lot of history that needs to be looked at, and, you know, saying, well, you're not doing this or you're not doing that. Well, it was not done by the city, okay, when they first created this water system, and we are fixing it, like we're fixing many things for the city.
All right. Any other comments? We have a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Passed. Okay, we move to number 7, presentation concerning legacy cleanup at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Jessica Kunkel, Manager, Environmental Management, Los Alamos Field Office. And it's amazing that we were able to take you at exactly 4 o'clock.
Perfect timing. Well, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Kunkel. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and also give you an update on the legacy cleanup work at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And just to confirm, I do have slides. Will those be? Okay, just want to double check.
It takes a few minutes, but
Okay.
welcome, Jessica. Thank you.
All right. Do you want me to go ahead and get started without the slides?
No. We
You want
the
us to wait?
slides. Yes, and thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. We feel that it's important to our residents in Santa Fe County that they know what is going on up on the Hill with cleanup. And so thank you very much for being here.
Yep, you're welcome. So my name is Jessica Kunkel. I'm the new manager for the Department of Energy's Environmental Management Field Office in Los Alamos, otherwise called as EMLA in our sort of acronym alphabet at the Department of Energy. I'm coming to the Environmental Management Office from the National Nuclear Security Administration, where I spent the first 15 years of my career. I most recently served as the Deputy Associate Administrator for Infrastructure Lifecycle Management there, which I basically focused on maintaining, operating, and modernizing real property assets across the nuclear security enterprise, including here at Los Alamos, as well as Sandia National Laboratories. So I have a very strong professional tie to this area, but I also have a very strong personal connection. I was born and raised in Los Alamos. My husband is a native New Mexican as well, so we're really excited to be getting back to our New Mexican roots, but we're also really excited to be raising our daughter Hazel, who's 5, in the great state of New Mexico. So just at a very high level, we have 3 predominant priorities for our cleanup work up in Los Alamos. The first is focusing on protecting our water quality, and that's focusing on groundwater, surface water, and stormwater. We also focus on cleaning up the land via soil remediation work and taking care of what we call legacy landfills or material disposal areas. And the last predominant focus area is shipping waste offsite, and that's focused on our transuranic waste, or what's commonly referred to as true waste, as well as low-level and mixed low-level waste. Our focus is to try to get that waste off the hill as quickly as possible. Just a quick reminder, the Department of Energy's Environmental Management Office is a separate and distinct organization from the National Nuclear Security Administration, which actually runs the bulk of the Los Alamos National Laboratory. So for NNSA, the predominant or the primary contractor on the Hill is Triad National Security. They are the management and operations contractor on the Hill. For my organization, the EM, or Environmental Management Focus Area, our primary contractor is a company called N3B. That's Nuclear Newport News, BWXTY International. Yes, quite a mouthful, which is why we do the acronyms. So you can see that as we are separate and distinct organizations, we also have separate and distinct focus areas. So my organization principally focuses on environmental remediation and waste management. So now I want to give you an update on our hexavalent chromium plume. I'm happy to report that at the end of September, we actually resumed partial operations of what we call our interim measure, which is the interim measure that we are coordinating with the state of New Mexico, specifically via the New Mexico Environment Department, on addressing this hexavalent chromium plume. Addressing this plume remains one of our top priorities for my organization. And right now we are actually, we've resumed full operations to what we call a 24/5 schedule. So we're fully operating during the week, and we do shut down over the weekends just to make sure that we have coverage available if we were to run into any issues. But so far, any issues have been incredibly minor and have been resolved very quickly, and are making plans to resume 24/7 operations just as quickly as possible once we've really got sort of that full restart with the system under our belt. As you can imagine, this is systems and equipment that is supposed to be run. So after having been dormant for about a year and a half, it's not shocking that we've had a few hiccups, but nothing major, as I've said. So we're very excited that we've resumed partial operations. We are operating with 3 injection wells and 3 extraction wells, and the primary focus is to not only address the plume, but also prevent migration of the plume.
Jessica, do you want questions now? Or?
Sure.
Okay, so I would like to know, what are the ranges of both the shape and the depth of the plume, and how deep is the source that feeds the plume?
I would have to get back to you with specific details. I don't have those off the top of my head. If I could get back to you with a written response, that would be.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Is that okay?
Yes.
I see this plan here, and it shows a deep strata versus a shallow strata. Are you modeling this in 3D?
We do have a very sophisticated modeling system that we do use. Of course, the geology in the area does present some challenges with modeling, but we do have extensive modeling capabilities based on the monitoring wells that we have set up, sort of the network of monitoring wells that spread across the range of the plume.
And then, like, this looks to me like the shallow is uphill, and the deeper is the migrating. That's where it's heading towards the Rio Grande. Is that a apt analysis of this drawing, or is that stuff was buried at that deeper level, or it's percolating from the ground? What created this shallow level and then something further to the east?
It is percolating through the ground. It was hexavalent chromium that was dumped via standards at the time into the ground. And it was intended that it would, or it was thought that at the time that it would not actually migrate through the ground, and it was discovered in 2003 that it had migrated. So as it is migrating in a southwest direction.
But you don't know the depth or the...
I don't know the depth off the top of my head. If I could get back to you, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Don't you mean it's migrating east or west?
Pardon? I'm sorry, southeast. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, southeast.
Okay, go ahead.
So in part of our ongoing coordination with the New Mexico Environment Department, we actually engaged in what we're calling our expert technical review. We've assembled a technical team composed of experts across the National Laboratory Consortium, academia, private industry, and other experts to resolve or look into a number of technical questions. So we had about 5 charged questions that ranged from everything from the efficacy of our interim measure to things as simple as well design. I say as simple as well designed, but it's actually fairly sophisticated. So that activity has been ongoing for about the past year. That team was actually formed in December 2023 in order to help resolve some technical disputes. That team has made great progress. We have received a draft report. So the Department of Energy, along with the New Mexico Environment Department, are completing a factual accuracy review. And we're still hopeful that we'll have the final report available by the end of the calendar year. And after the release of the final public report, we will be planning a series of public meetings to go over the final recommendations and findings from the team. Shifting gears slightly, I want to give an update on what we call our corrugated metal pipe, or CMP activity for short. So as you may recall, corrugated metal pipes is essentially a waste containment system that was established many decades ago. These were one of our top priorities for soil remediation and also waste removal from the site. So I'm happy to report that all 158 of the corrugated metal pipes, or CMPs, have been retrieved as of the middle of September. Now our N3B contractor is fiercely working to complete what we call size reduction. They're essentially taking these about 20 feet long metal pipes and then cutting them into 5 distinct pieces and then repackaging them for shipment. So that we're really excited about the progress we've made. I think we're about 82% complete on size reduction. So we're making good progress, and we're forecasted to have that complete in a short time. And then sort of looking forward, I've challenged the team to start thinking about what is the schedule for actually getting this waste off the hill. It will probably take multiple years to complete this waste removal process, just because we are going to be creating over 700 standard waste boxes of waste. So it will take quite a bit of time, but we're really excited to be actually at the point where it makes sense for us to start looking forward to getting this CMP waste off of the hill. So this is a picture of the actual final retrieval, the final CMP retrieval at what we call Technical Area 54 or Area G. So you can see we have a couple workers here who are suited up in all their proper personal protective equipment, and they've got all the appropriate and required radiological controls that they're administering and following here. And then here is a picture of the size reduction activity at work. You'll see that there's sort of a series of rollers where a CMP is actually rolled into this machine here. The box that you see in sort of the left-hand side of that picture is actually where they do the cutting. And you'll see again, we've got one segment of a CMP that's been cut and repackaged and is being configured into what we call a standard waste box. That's that container that crane is lowering that segment of that CMP into. Next, I want to turn to an update on our cleanup of Middle DP Road. So this is a really great success story. We actually completed the remediation and received the certificate of completion from the New Mexico Environment Department earlier this year in February. We're really excited because the certificate of completion was released to us without additional controls, meaning that it can be used for any public use. And this land has been turned back over to Los Alamos County for continued economic redevelopment. I'm not going to touch on all of these because there's a number of these here, but I do want to highlight some of the additional key accomplishments that we had in fiscal year 2024. So first, we did complete all of the 15 what we call Appendix B milestones under our 2016 compliance order on consent, which is often called our consent order, which, as you'll recall, is our principal regulatory document governing the cleanup work at Los Alamos. We're also successfully installed our latest of our hexavalent chromium monitoring wells, what we call R76. So we're happy to have that completed and under our belt. We did ship 22 shipments of transuranic waste or true waste to WIPP. That equaled about 50.3 cubic meters of legacy waste that's been removed from the hill. And we also completed a number of investigation activities in 5 of our aggregate areas, focusing on soil investigation to determine whether or not additional remediation would be necessary. So it's been a very productive year.
Jessica.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on slide 10, if we can go back, you installed the monitoring wells in R76 to acquire additional data for the hexavalent chromium plume. What did you find?
So this well has been installed, but we don't yet have the pump installed. So that is, I believe, that being installed later this month. At that point, once we get the actual pump installed, then we can actually start beginning monitoring activities and gathering samples.
Okay, and on the 22 shipments of true waste, how much have you shipped in previous years?
We have shipped more in previous years. This year we encountered a challenge with our what we call our high energy real-time radiography machine. It's used as part of what we our waste, our very systematic waste certification process that's required to comply with the waste acceptance criteria at the waste isolation pilot plant in Carlsbad. So it's essentially a big X-ray to X-ray the waste drums to make sure that they comply with the waste acceptance criteria or not, to determine whether or not a remedial action is necessary. So we encountered a longer than planned outage for that machine, which did impact our ability to get more waste off the hill. We did go ahead and ship everything that we had certified and that was ready.
And do you know, What was the most shipments you ever made in any year in the last 24 years?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. How many, what was the highest amount of shipments they made in 1 year?
Take that for action.
Okay. Thank you.
You continue.
Pardon?
Continue with your presentation.
Okay. So I did want to give an update on our, what we call our compliance order on consent, or consent order for short. So there was a compliance order on consent that was established in 2016 with the New Mexico Environment Department, where we essentially work jointly with the New Mexico Environment Department to establish cleanup goals and cleanup activities for the Los Alamos National Laboratory. The consent order is a corrective action process in order to satisfy the requirements of what's called the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or RCRA for short. So we do actually have cleanup campaigns that are organized using a risk-based system, and we have a number of campaigns in soil, water, as well as sort of that landfill type activity, what you saw with the CMPs there. And so we have legacy cleanup at Los Alamos Laboratory that's really organized into 17 distinct campaigns across those different cleanup priorities. So in August, the Department of Energy reached agreement with the New Mexico Environment Department to revise the 2016 consent order. And on September 30th this year, that revised consent order went into effect. There are several major sections with what we call major changes to the consent order, which are outlined in the revised consent order that's available online. I'm not planning to talk to any of these in detail, but I will talk to you about two of them that I think are very important. The first is the changes to what we call Section 8. This is the section that governs the cleanup campaigns. So the big change here is that now campaigns are classified into either Class A or Class B campaigns. And the easiest way to think about how to differentiate between those two is to think about whether or not enough information is known about the campaign and the remediation work required in order to really establish a completion date. If it's not, then it's called a Class B campaign. Class A campaigns are those where we really do have enough information and we can establish a campaign completion date. So we have 6 Class A campaigns. Those will all require a new requirement for developing 5-year schedules. Those will have to be a rolling 5-year schedule until the campaign is actually completed, and we will also have to establish campaign completion dates. The next thing that I wanted to talk to is dispute resolution. So the changes for Section 25 on dispute resolution actually provide for a more documented and regimented approach for resolving technical disputes in a more timely manner. And so essentially an independent party would be identified by both the Department of Energy and the New Mexico Environment Department and appointed to resolve that issue. And the findings or recommendations of that independent party would be binding. So we're hopeful that this will help us resolve any technical disputes such that we can move to final remedy and complete cleanup actions in a timely manner. Yes?
So I just, Mr. Chair, how will the stipulated penalties be charged?
Well, there's a table for different levels of stipulated penalties based on the penalty or the infraction. So it just depends on what infraction there is, but they come to us as a fine and then we pay them.
And, you know, as you know, this is my last year on the county commission, but I think it's important that the county commission continue to be involved in public participation. And so any way that you can continue that dialogue with my colleagues, I feel is really important. So I'm encouraging you to continue that.
Thank you.
And one of my colleagues who happens to be listening online told me that Lannell made 230 shipments to WIP in FY 2012. So do you think we can match that sometime soon?
Well, I would have to dig into the details because that is likely inclusive of what we call new gen transuranic waste, which is not something that my organization has purview over. So the numbers that I were reporting were just the legacy true waste.
So we know that there's new gen waste and that trucks get loaded with both legacy waste and new gen waste, but in the consent order, does it stipulate that legacy waste will be prioritized over new gen waste?
No, the consent order does not talk to waste.
Is there any agreements that say you will prioritize legacy waste over new gen waste?
So legacy waste removal from the hill does remain a priority, and so we do have what we call at-ready priority for shipments to the waste isolation pilot plant in Carlsbad. So it will remain a priority for the Department of Energy.
Thank you.
Okay. More of your presentation.
And just the final slide here, just another quick tidbit on the updated 2016 consent order, or revised 2016 consent order. So as part of this process, the Department of Energy and the New Mexico Environment Department actually reached agreement on 3 of our appendices for fiscal year 2025. At a very high level, Appendix A is what we refer to as our list of solid waste management units, or SMUs, and AOCs, or areas of concern. Along with the list, we include the current status and a list of any of what we call deferred sites. We've also reached agreement on Appendix B, which includes our annual milestones and out-year targets. And milestones are subject to stipulated penalties if those are not reached. And Appendix C is our list of campaigns. In the future year, we will be, working to revise appendices, all 3 of these appendices, to align with the revisions of the 2016 consent order, because we had started the planning process for these 3 appendices before the revised consent order had been executed. So you'll see quite substantial changes here next year with these appendices. And then we do have links to all of these documents for your convenience here on this slide.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hanson.
So I know this didn't cover it, and I know where you stand on this issue, but I feel that the public needs to understand your responsibility to the tritium containers that are on Lannell's land and is on your site.
The flanged tritium waste containers?
Yes.
Yeah, so there are, I believe, 6 flanged tritium waste containers that are commingled with some other waste drums in what we call technical area 54, or area G, which is where I showed that photo from our corrugated metal pipe activity. Those actually, ownership and liability for those containers remains with the National Nuclear Security Administration. Those are not under our purview. So my office's overview or requirement is to support the National Nuclear Security Administration with readiness for when they are prepared and authorized to actually take action.
And is there any movement towards that?
I can't talk to that. That would be a question for the National Nuclear Security Administration.
Yeah, well, they don't always return my calls. So I have a couple other questions. How many employees do you have working on cleanup at the moment?
So federally, there are about 65. There's a team of about 65 in the Environmental Management Los Alamos Field Office. That's comprised of about 40 feds and then some additional support service contractors. And then I believe on the N3B side, we've got between 700 and 800. Don't quote me on that number. I think it's about 730 employees working cleanup.
And are you understaffed or fully staffed, or where are you in your staffing?
Staffing remains to be one of my top priorities for the federal component of the cleanup work. We are currently understaffed. We have a number of vacancies that we are working very hard to fill. So that is one of my continuing priorities.
And then I'm wondering why when you return land that you don't return it to the Pueblos.
I couldn't speak to that because technically I am not, the environmental management is not the landlord of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, so we're not the landlord of the real property. So those decisions are made by the National Nuclear Security Administration.
Personally, I mean, I cannot, of course, speak for any of the Pueblos, but I would think since it was originally San Ildefonso land, that it would be returned to them. Okay, for the moment, that's all the questions I have, but I do believe my colleagues might have questions.
Hey, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think I've gotten it down to 4 questions, and maybe I'll have more. But keeping to the closest thing that you just spoke about with filling vacancies, when you recruit people, what are the issues that you're having running up against for recruiting?
Well, recruitment is challenging on what I would call the environmental management side, just because one of the big challenges we are competing with the National Nuclear Security Administration. But I don't think that, unlike many employers in northern New Mexico, we have challenges recruiting people if we can't find anyone locally because of the housing shortage and just the national housing challenges that we're having across the nation. Sometimes we just don't get enough very interested candidates. Los Alamos can be a very difficult place to recruit for. It's a very unique area. Folks are not necessarily always interested in relocating to Los Alamos, so there's just a variety of sort of unique challenges that we have, and they're all very different on a case-by-case basis.
I don't want to speak for Los Alamos, but you could easily live in Santa Fe if only we had the housing. So I ask, for your group to partner with us in a way that says housing is an issue, both for the lab and for emergency environmental management and for all of our workforce in Santa Fe and Los Alamos, that we find a way to get some federal dollars to help you recruit and retain people, but also to alleviate our sort of macro level housing crunch here. A concept that has been tossed out to Los Alamos County and to the folks up there was an idea of designating 1% of your budget towards a housing initiative, right? Maybe it doesn't take from your budget, but it's in 101% of your budget. That 1% over to be put towards housing, whether it's in Los Alamos, in Santa Fe County, Rio Arriba County, but just to help us build the infrastructure so that you don't displace people with your great jobs, which is wonderful. You're serving a great purpose, but you're also, when you don't recruit from locally, you're also gentrifying and displacing some locals that can't compete with what you pay, and which is great, pay people more. However, we need to backfill it with housing. So I request that you partner with us and discuss these common areas of interest, housing being one of them for sure. Next one is, how is your budget decided?
Our budget is staying about stable for our FY25. Our FY25 budget request is stable from FY24. So it is something that we are very in need of getting our full request this fiscal year. We're not immune to the national and local economics and inflation that I think everybody is feeling the crunch on. And so without a growing budget, we are, up to the challenge of making sure that we can maintain our cleanup activities within the new budget that we have. But it is one of the focus areas that I have, is to drive more and attention to the need of increasing the budget for cleanup at Los Alamos.
So your budget was not indexed to inflation in the last few years?
No, it has not.
So you're doing more or the same with less, basically, right now?
Essentially.
Okay, so I hope you're making that apparent to our delegation in DC and to your bosses in DC as well, to make sure they understand that costs have gone up, right? Everything's gone up 20, 30% for our lines of work, and they should be reflecting that in their stuff. Is the reprocessing project that is, it's like, I forget where it's coming from, Amarillo or something, that it was going to be in Savannah River and in Los Alamos, and it was going to be a reprocessing, the surplus. Is that an environmental project, or is that?
That's National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA.
Okay, so that doesn't touch you. Great.
No.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that's it for now, but thank you. Please advocate for more money for housing and more money for clearing up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be important for you to say what your budget is.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I apologize. I'm still 4 or 5 months on the job. I don't have these numbers.
It's been around 230 million, 235 million. I don't have the figures off the top of my head, but I think it's in those numbers.
That is about correct, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Could you remind me why the pumping and the extraction and reinjection was stopped for a while from those 6 wells?
Well, the entire interim measure itself was actually turned off, so that's on those 6 wells that I highlighted is actually only a part of our, what we call our interim measure system. There are more injection and extraction wells that we do have. It was essentially turned off because there was a technical dispute between Department of Energy and the New Mexico Environment Department on the potential unintended impacts to the migration of the plume from the interim measure. So as a recommendation from the New Mexico Environment Department, we ceased operations about 1.5 years ago.
And how was that dispute resolved? Because it looks like you started extracting and injecting into the exact same wells. So I assume the same unintended consequences would be realized.
So there was some ongoing negotiations with the New Mexico Environment Department and Department of Energy on the importance of the interim measure, and the expert technical review team that I spoke about is actually doing the more in-depth technical dispute resolution process for us.
So it was restarted even though the possibility that the plume is actually being dispersed further by the reinjection, it could still be happening?
We don't have any indication that the plume is migrating because of any of the injection wells that we're using.
But that was the dispute, wasn't it?
I think that was the basis of the dispute, was the potential impact for on the migration of the plume.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
So I'm going to, both Commissioner Hamilton and I sit on the BDD board. We are very happy that we have the flow meter down at the bottom of Los Alamos Canyon. But unfortunately, our meeting in November was canceled. And so I am wondering if you can give me any update on the MOU that BDD has with you for our grant of $96,000 that we normally get for sampling and other issues. And so I'd like to know where that sits at the moment.
Yeah, so the discussions are ongoing on renegotiating the memorandum of understanding, and I believe that there's been quite a bit of good conversation about some of the additional requests from the Buckman Diversion organization, and so I believe those requests are under consideration and perhaps awaiting some additional information before we can really finalize a decision.
Well, the agreement that we have expires December 10th, so I'm hoping that it's on our December 5th meeting so that we can approve it, so we don't not have an agreement. I think that Commissioner Hamilton would agree with me on that.
Yes, it's in our best interest. Mm-hmm.
It is in the best interest of everybody to make sure that the MOU is brought to the BDD. And, you know, part of the reason why you are here at my Santa Fe County Commission meeting is because you have not had the opportunity to appear in front of BDD, which is the Buckman Direct Diversion. For those of us who talk in alphabet soup. So I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of all the activity and also have an opportunity to meet you, because I am, one of my requests over the time that I've been in office is that we have communication with your office. And I am grateful to Stephanie and to you and to Michael Michelanis, who was the director before, for being good stewards to communicate and be available to the public, because I think it is really important for our constituents to know what is happening up there. And I really appreciate you being here, so thank you.
Thank you. And continued transparency and engagement is one of my top priorities.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for being here, and I hope you'll continue to work with us and keep us informed so we can all work together on cleaning up the waste.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to our last item, 6H, approval of Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax grant awards to organizations as recommended by the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. Lisa Katonik.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Katonik, Marketing Coordinator for the Santa Fe County Community Development Department, Tourism and Marketing Division. In front of you today, I have a request to approve 18 Lodgers Tax grant awards recommended by the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. To provide summary, the Community Development Department requested approval to grant Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax grant awards in the amount of $167,000 to 18 organizations for fiscal year 2025 as recommended by the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. On August 29th, the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and the Community Development Department released a notice of funding availability for the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Grant Program. The notice requested applications for the advertising, publicizing, or promoting of tourist attractions and tourism-related events in Santa Fe County. The grant program funding would be available from mid-December of 2024 through June 30th of 2025, and it is a reimbursable grant with the authorized program areas limited to advertising, publicizing, or promoting tourist attractions or events in the county. All applicants were asked to clearly delineate how their activities are intended to increase tourism activities and visitors to the county. Eligible applicants were limited to government entities and nonprofits that have the required qualifying documents for advertising, publicizing, or promoting tourist attractions in the county. Applications were due to the Community Development Department staff by Monday, September 30th at 2 p.m., and the total grant funding for fiscal year 2025 being $200,000, with grant awards that would be in increments of $12,000, $8,000, $5,000, and $3,000. The highest grant award provided to an organization is $12,000, and it is to be considered for organizations that exhibit that they hold multiple events, being 2 or more events a year, or have year-round programming, with matching funds of at least $12,000 for marketing in their application. 20 organizations submitted applications for review and consideration before the deadline. 19 organizations submitted complete grant application packets for consideration along with their qualifying documents, and there was a total of $186,000 in funding requests. The LTAB held a special meeting on Thursday, October 17th, to review and score applications and to provide recommendations for grant funding. The LTAB evaluated and rated the applications based on a point system with the following evaluation criteria: Section 1, overall proposal concept with a maximum possible of 40 points. Section 2, marketing plans with a maximum point of 20. Section 3, partnerships with a maximum point possible of 10. Section 4, financial capability, maximum point of 20. Section 5, pre-event budget and attraction projections with a maximum possible of 10, totaling 100 points. The LTAB recommended that applicants scoring less than 70 points not be awarded funding, and only one applicant who submitted an application did not meet the threshold. The LTAB reviewed and scored each application on an individual basis, and upon review and scoring, the LTAB made the determination to fund one applicant or application and their program at a lower grant increment. I will now list the following organizations that submitted their applications for consideration, being International Folk Art Market Alliance, the New Mexico Wildlife Association for Wildlife West Nature Park, Santa Fe Century for the Century Bike Race, Wildlife Center for their events in April and May, El Rancho de las Golondrinas for their 2025 season, Santa Fe Desert Corral for their summer festival in 2025, Parallel Studios for their Currents 2025 Art and Technology Festival in June, Kiwanis Club of Santa Fe for the burning of Zozobra, as well as for Dia de los Muertos, the Santa Fe Opera for their 2025 Santa Fe Opera season, the Museum of New Mexico Foundation for Museum of Indian Arts and Culture for one of their exhibits now in June 2025, Site Santa Fe for their 12th International Exhibition, June through 2025 through January of 2026, the Santa Fe Children's Museum for their year-round programming at their museum, City of Espanola Government for their lighting parade in December, Santa Fe Film Institute for their Santa Fe International Film Festival, Lightning Boy Foundation as a fiscal agent for Matwansgansa Athletics Club for the Santa Fe Half Marathon, Atrisco Heritage Foundation for their Winter Spanish Market and Traditional Spanish Market, the Human Rights Alliance for Pride Santa Fe for 2025, the Center for the Photo Symposium in November, and Santa Fe Playhouse for their first half of the 2025 season. Recommended action is to approve the 18 Lodgers Tax Grant Awards as listed and recommended within your packet material by the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. I stand for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Lisa. Of these 18 or 19 that are on here, which one of them are new?
Okay.
New by meaning first time?
Yes. Let me take a look at that. Museum of New Mexico Foundation for Museum of Indian Arts and Culture, Site Santa Fe, City of Espanola, the Santa Fe Half Marathon applicant. They had previously received funds, but under a different organization, so they're considered a new applicant. The Center and Santa Fe Playhouse. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I was worried that it was organizations that I'd heard of and probably been in our cycle already, and I was hoping that we were reaching out to new emergent things, and I would encourage you to do that. I know one is the new Canyon Road Walk wanted to be included in this, but they found out way too late to be able to spin this up, and so if you can find a way to reach out to them so that they learn about that, that would be wonderful. How much is in our Lodgers tax pool right now?
That would be a question for our finance department director at this
Okay.
point. I'm awaiting a report for lodger's tax collection for the last month.
Do we generally spend what we take in every year, or are we building some secret pool of money for something big in the future?
We allocate a specific dollar amount for grants, and then we have money for the current contract for the marketing, advertising, and promotion of Santa Fe County lodging properties and tourism attractions and events. There is a remaining dollar amount that we carry over, but based on state statute, there's a limitation.
Right, okay. And then, my last question was, okay, so last question. This looks like it was for a 6-month period here. It said that this can be spent from June until, or from December until June.
Yes.
Is this done twice a year, or is this done once a year and it was just done late and now it's?
It is done once a year, and based on information from our finance department and auditing purposes, they request that we close the grants by end of the fiscal year, so as there's a clean audit.
So I then ask, so that we can give people more than 6 months to spend this money and only, basically do summer events. Maybe I guess we're doing some winter events. Is it possible to open this up for next year sometime in like March, so that we could start putting money out in July and have a 1-year track to?
So the way the fiscal year ends is June 30th. However, they have ability to prepay for their advertising, marketing, and promotional services, and then they would get reimbursed. So it does not prevent them from applying, as long as they have money within their organization to be able to front the costs or the expense.
That's one of the tricks, right? So I would hope that we would give people more time to spend the money. I understand those workarounds and things like that, but to me, if it was possible to get next year's round set up in March or April so that the money could be freed up by July 1st, so people would have a full year to spend it, would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, comments?
I'll make the motion then, approving the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Grant Awards to organizations as recommended by the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, and I would just comment that I'm glad to see some of the new organizations on the chart, and we're funding them.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
And now with a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You have. Passage unanimous.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I want to welcome Commissioner-elect Kapari Stone, sitting in the audience. Welcome. Nice to see you.
All right. And now is matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. 3 updates and 2 with a request for some potential direction. First, I wanted to make sure that the public was aware that there will be a special meeting of the Housing Authority Board of Directors this Friday, November 15th at 2:30 p.m. or upon the conclusion of the Special County Canvassing Board meeting. Secondly, there is a conflict between the Board of County Commissioners regularly scheduled meeting on December 10th and the New Mexico County's Better Informed Public Official Conference, which begins on December 10th and runs through Thursday, December 12th. I had planned to attend that conference along with our two incoming commissioners, and I believe several sitting commissioners were going to attend as well. So I wanted to see if the board wanted to explore rescheduling our last BCC meeting to Monday, December 9th, to avoid that conflict. So I'll pause there and see if the board has any reaction to that suggestion.
Mr. Chair, I can do that.
I can do that too, so
Monday the 9th.
December 9th.
December 9th.
Mr. Green, Mr. Hanson?
That's Commissioner Hanson over there.
Hanson, Green, Hamilton,
Yes.
Bustamante.
Yeah, I can do the 9th also.
Did you say Commissioner Bustamante?
I have a dentist appointment that I can try to reschedule. Unlikely, but worst case, I'll show up late. That's all.
Okay, it sounds like December 9th is okay. We should go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. We'll make that so. Lastly, it appears as if constitutional amendment number 4 was approved by the voters. That means that once the state canvass is concluded on November 26th, and assuming that the results of that canvass does confirm that constitutional amendment number 4 did in fact pass, the Board of County Commissioners would have authority to establish the salaries for county elected officials without regard to the legislative maximums that were established by the legislature in 2018. Salaries cannot be changed midterm per the state constitution, which means that any salary increases approved after January 1 will not impact elected officials whose terms begin on January 1 for that term of office. Again, the current county elected official salaries were set in 2018. You know, there's a range of potential options that the Board of County Commissioners could take relative to that constitutional amendment, to include take no action to adjust salaries before January 1, increase the salaries that were established in 2018 by cost of living adjustments that were given to county employees since then. And 3, begin to establish a process by which salaries for elected officials would be studied and established, regardless of the implementation date, which could include the creation of an independent salary commission to make recommendations to the board. So I'm bringing this up now to see if any one commissioner wants county staff to bring something forward before January 1st on this topic, and if so, to potentially get a sense of the parameters you would want us to explore whenever that matter was, brought back for actual action by the board. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on that topic.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So one of the things that always has bothered me is that when, as an elected official, everyone else gets a cost of living raise, and county commissioners do not. And I think that it is really fair and honorable, without going into a lot of negotiation, that we do a cost of living raise for the elected officials at this time. I think that that is the most reasonable thing. And then in the future, study the salaries and the ranges of what would be, done at a later point. But that's what would be my recommendation.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, that sounds great. I actually quite agree with that. I think a combination of your second and your third options is what I would recommend. So I don't think it takes I don't think it's controversial to think about doing cost of living increases so that the incoming commissioners benefit from that after, whatever it is, 6 years later. But I think it would be useful to bring forward enough of a presentation before the end of the year about what, if it's possible, and not, with staff time and everything, about what options for a committee that would help recommend, do more formal recommendations for salary increases. So bringing the options forward isn't going to put us in a position to make any decisions. That'll fall to the new commission, but it'll start the process. And certainly one of the things that is very difficult is to have, some, aside from COLAs, which are, a little more of no-brainers, to have an idea of what's fair and what kind of, recommendations people could act on. And I think it's probably a really good idea. Like I said, clearly it'll be the next commission that thinks about that, but to start having that information, if it's possible, so we only have 2 more meetings after this, I would think that would be a good idea as well. So, thank you.
Mr. Bustamante?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hughes. I agree. The COLA is an important variable to consider when making determinations about salaries and increases. I think we're jumping way ahead. I agree with the concept of having an entity that would make recommendations for those raises, which is a good logical way to make sure that it's transparent and that people other than the commission are involved in that determination. I would want to see if we could possibly get something presented to us, ideally before January, that is just best practices nationally. What do other entities do other than having external or on top of a recommending entity, whatever the case may be, but to just really get a good, thorough best practices presentation would be very helpful, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I think that's very similar to what I was thinking. I think that's great, yeah.
Mr. Green?
Generally agreeable of all of these things. I hadn't thought of the cost of living increase as something that we might enact before that, but I also didn't want to rush into anything. But a cost of living increase is something that is pretty straightforward and easy for us to adopt in anticipation of the new people coming in here and new commissioners. But that a full-blown study is going to take too long. But once January 1st comes and goes, we have time to think about this. But definitely, it would be interesting to hear what Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Bustamante mentioned is some of the best practices around the country of what comparables are, right? What do the commissioners in Arizona get? What do the commissioners in California get? What do they get in Colorado and Texas? And so on, just to understand. And, having gone to NACO enough, I've twice now, I understand that every state has different obligations for commissioners. So it's not always just a pay equity, our positions are different than other states. So it would be good to make sure that those scopes of work are sketched out as well.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hanson?
It just doesn't include commissioners, it includes all elected officials. So it would be a study of all elected officials, clerk, assessor, sheriff, treasurer, probate clerk, probate judge. So all of those would be included in the study, but they'd also all be included in the COLA.
Let me just add that I think it's important to do it before January 1st because
yes,
that's the only way the clerk and the treasurer will get a raise for 4 years.
I'm not sure. Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, and just for clarity, we're talking about cost of living only because we don't know. And I think what I was talking about, I presume what Commissioner Bustamante was talking about, I'm not speaking for her, is when you're talking about a sort of an overview of best practices, it's not a comp and class study. It's because it's like, how do they go about determining, well, that's the best, what salary recommendations would be? Do they do committees? Who's on them? How do they handle it? And so I just wanted to make it clear that's what I was
I
thinking
appreciate
about.
that. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, and I believe I understood that. I appreciate the clarification as well. Thank you. That's all that I had, Commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, do you have enough direction to, okay. Matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Hamilton, and then we'll come down.
So, I think I've got it right. So, being seemingly late to the game, but it is going to be the last month of serving on the commission. My final coffee with the commission will be Tuesday, December 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30 at the Hondo Fire Station. And, it'll be in some ways very similar, all kinds of concerns. Really encourage people to come, however, because in addition to general concerns, this is going to be the transitional meeting, and we're going to have Commissioner-elect Adam Fulton Johnson, and you'll get a chance to really meet him and talk about what our ongoing issues have been in District 4. So Tuesday, December 3rd. Look forward to seeing everybody.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you. We definitely had an exciting week last week, and I think when we get through an election, it's important for all of us to reconnect, and I've just been really reflecting on what the needs, the interests, the concerns are of the constituents in District 3, as I always do, but maybe bumping it up a notch, if you will, and given a new outlook on how to proceed. And one of those issues that came up with the electricity failure, and I've great gratitude for Santa Fe County in setting up a warm location at the fire station. And one of the volunteers actually spent several hours there and with some snacks, and I was absolutely grateful that even though it was more of an exercise and most people opted, the roads weren't great, as we all know, but 3 days without electricity, and we've had the conversation from this commission on what it really takes. Two, is it about putting pressure on? I think one of those conversations that we've had before is you put pressure on and people tend to go, kind of pull back. But we have to assure that our constituents have their services, and it was uncalled for. I'm so grateful to the volunteer who sat there. It made for good conversation and time well spent, though we didn't have any community members show up. The volunteer was none other than Manager Schaefer, so thank you, sir. And but it was really about standing up the warm location, and I'm grateful. And community members who, even though they didn't show up, knew that it had happened, knew that we had set something up for them. I have mentioned before from this dais that we have community members who have, in other times, not had electricity when they have family members who are on life support. And the good news was the bad news. They have a generator now, and the family member on life support was using that generator. It's unfortunate. So I'm really grateful for that. The next thing that I want to make the commission aware of, COSA, the Colorado, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, the Colorado Institute for Safe Solar Energy Storage, Colorado Solar Storage Association is having a meeting on November 18th that I will be attending, and it's co-sponsored, with another entity from New Mexico, It will be at Fort Lewis College, and it's going to be a symposium that really focuses on what it means to have safe energy storage. So I think we're all hearing a lot of statements, concerns, but I think it'll be very interesting to hear what other people are doing to address those concerns, because though there are safety issues that people want and should be aware of, we also have a future that maybe won't have as much environmental protection and addressing our climate change. So I'm grateful to be attending that. If anyone wants more information, it's on November 18th at Fort Lewis College in Durango. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will just pile on about the electricity going out. I live in the city. I was grateful to PNM that they actually got my electricity back on Wednesday. Wednesday, I did not have electricity from around 3 o'clock until 6 o'clock, and PNM did get it back on, but it was in other parts of the city that I know people did not have electricity, and I think this is something that we really need to be mindful of. I want to share with a few people, yesterday was Veterans Day, which we all appreciate all of our veterans and everything that they did for this country in protecting us, but also that in the past this was known as Armistice Day, which was a dedication to peace, and the Veterans for Peace held a small gathering on the plaza, and I was asked to speak. I was honored to speak there in the support of peace, something that I completely, wholeheartedly believe in, and diplomacy is a way to solve our problems. Also, I attended the Women's Luncheon for the Chamber of Commerce, which was quite entertaining and a great event, and it was completely packed. But the keynote speaker was Valerie Plame, and her topic was what's next. And I felt that was really apropos to Commissioner Hamilton and myself, since we are facing what's next. So I wanted to share that. Also, tomorrow, the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board staff will be having a meeting at the Santa Fe Public Library from 4 to 6. The Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board is probably the most important national board under DOE that exists. They are the ones that do all of the oversight at LANL, at Sandia, and at WIP. And they are the ones that report all the safety violations that happen and everything that we need to know about to create transparency. And then a good friend of mine, Erica Wanamaker, is having a solo show at Site Santa Fe on November 15th, and she is a longtime Santa Fean, eccentric, and a great artist, and I'm so happy for her to have a show at Site Santa Fe, and I just want to mention that for her. And then the big issue that I'm working on also right now with the CAHA Coalition is we are working on a letter to Secretary Holland to create a national monument of the Caja del Rio. We are requesting this due to the election change, and we feel that this is really imperative timing, that she has the ability to do this with President Biden. So I will be bringing forth a letter at our next meeting, and I hope that I have all of your support with that letter. Myself, our county attorney and my liaison will be working on that letter, and we'll have a draft up for you soon. And on a sadder note, on December 2nd is the Agua Fria Village meeting, which will be my last meeting, and I'm looking forward to it. I love the village of Agua Fria, and I think everyone knows that here, that I have worked incredibly hard for them. So, and then I just want to mention that Martha Rotunda passed away, who is a longtime member of the Agua Fria Village community, and her memorial and services was last Friday, and she almost always came to the village meeting, and her daughter Gilda is the treasurer of the Agua Fria Village Association. So I think that that's all I have for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My district was also impacted by the power outage. In our case, we had a bunch of neighborhoods impacted by PNM, but mostly in my district, it was the areas impacted by Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op. And so I'm hoping to follow up with them in the next few weeks to understand how we can support their doing better and making sure that they have a more resilient power system up there. I too thank the county manager for standing up a warming center up in Pewaukee. That was nice to get spun up in the last minute. And for those folks that needed to get warm or to recharge their phone or to recharge their oxygen tank, it was a great resource for us to have, and I think we should be prepared for that more and more in the future. As I mentioned earlier, today was feast day in Tesuque. I was up there for that, and I brought us a loaf of Pueblo bread for us all to share if we all need to have a snack today. It was donated and gifted to me by Marcia Leaf, a tribal member that I served on a board with years ago, and she's got the best red chili ever, and I got to eat that today, so thank you, Marcia. We have a meeting tomorrow evening that Santa Fe County is organizing up in Chimayo at the Head Start to talk about post office options up there, as well as other things that the county is doing at the Benny Chavez, upgrades to the Benny Chavez Senior Center, as well as discussion of different things that could happen with the Head Start building, whether it becomes a post office or not. It is a valuable asset that we should look at redeveloping for the community up there. Lastly, many of you know that Santa Fe County has, in a loose partnership with the City of Santa Fe, to start looking at a new amphitheater for the region. We have, or the City of Santa Fe was awarded $40,000 in a grant from the state. Santa Fe County has pledged $50,000 in matching money in an effort to facilitate a feasibility study for an amphitheater. So that is actually in progress. The city has contracted with a group who is in town as we speak, meeting with stakeholders, and we'll be here for 2 or 3 days to talk about all of the different issues that come in, who might use it, who might manage it, where it might go, what the timeline is, what the budget is, what the size is, and how we decide what is feasible for our community if it's a go or no go in the future. They are talking about trying to get a level of decision or recommendations to us by the end of the year or before the legislature, so that we might be able to go to the legislature to get the next level of seed money to this if it seems appropriate to move ahead with this. And that's it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. In District 5, just a couple things. One is, of course, Veterans Day is very important to all of us, especially to my brother, who was a veteran and passed away due to his service in the Navy. Also, District 5 Hour with Hank is also scheduled for December 3rd at 5:30, competing with Commissioner Hamilton's, but I think it'll be okay. There's no overlap of our districts. And that's about it for me. So now, Attorney Jeff, do you want to lead us into executive session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Oh, wait,
I would ask that
wait a
we
minute.
go into, oops, sorry.
Wait, one second, I forgot to see if any other elected officials have anything. No. Okay, now go ahead, Attorney Young.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 NMSA 1978, and specifically including acquisition of real property interest for the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System.
We have a motion?
Mr. Chair, move to go into executive session to discuss the items just listed by Attorney Young.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. Can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Yes.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. So we will be gone for about 45 minutes and then come back and do the public hearings. So people who are here for public hearings, you can get up and stretch and such. 1 minute. Ah, but she's not even first. Oh, that's right. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Here's Jennifer. Now we need green. I turned the heat up. Oh, now where's Mr. Green? Commissioner Green. Okay. All right, let's call the meeting back to order. We're going to have a motion to come out of executive hearing. No action was taken.
I
Will
move
be
that we
taken?
come out of executive session and that no action was taken, and the only thing discussed, which was what was on the agenda that was presented to us by the attorney.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session. On to public hearings. Number 12A, Las Campanas Residential Holdings applicant Jennifer Jenkins Gavin, agent. And can we have our presentation?
Good afternoon, Board. Today in front of you, we have Las Campanas Residential Holdings, LLC, the applicant, and Jenkins Gavin, the agent, request a Type 3 major subdivision approval to create a 13-lot residential subdivision per the SLDC Chapter 5. The total acreage of the proposed subdivision consists of 34.13 acres plus or minus. The proposed major subdivision is a Type 3 major, which consists of 6 to 24 parcels, where any parcel is less than 10 acres in size. The property is zoned as residential estate, which allows for 1 residential unit per 2.5 acres. The current owner of the property, the applicant, acquired the property by a special warranty deed recorded as instrument number 203681 and as instrument number 2013803 in the Santa Fe County Clerk's recorded dated June 13, 2023 and June 15, 2023. The 2 contiguous parcels of land contain legal lot of record by approved survey plat dated January 8, 2018, recorded in the County Clerk's office as Plat Book 828, page 36. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 and the Sustainable Land Development Code and Ordinance Number 2017-7 Road Design Standards as follows. Access, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that this application for a preliminary and final plat to allow a 13-lot residential subdivision known as Calle Monte Vista to be developed in a single phase is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards as set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. Is there any way that the subdivision can connect to the Las Campanas water system? I mean wastewater system? They're having septic tanks, and you know how I feel about septic tanks. So I would like to see them be connected to a sewer system And they seem to be right across the street from Las Campanas, who has a sewer system.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you for the water. They'll be connecting to the county, and for the Las Campanas, I believe they received a letter for no serve, but I will let the agent go through and verify that information.
Okay. That's disappointing. Also, I'm kind of concerned about this affordable housing fee in lieu. I don't like fee in lieu, so they're paying $230,000 for a house. So where is the land coming from for that house?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So where will it be located?
The house,
Yeah,
they're paying the fee in lieu.
right. So they're paying $230,000 for a house. You can't build a house for $230,000.
I think we can use it for any affordable housing purpose when they do a fee in lieu.
I'm just pointing out that fee in lieu is way underpriced.
Yes.
And that it needs to be raised. And I hope that Ms. Ladd will hear me on this, that in the revision of the SLDC, that the affordable housing price for fee in lieu is either raised to make it reasonable to actually build a house and pay for it and with a piece of land, or that it goes away altogether. My preference would be that it goes away altogether. And then I'm wondering why this the subdivision does not need a light on Caja del Rio, and my subdivision off of La Tierra was required to have a light. I don't want a light, but I want to know what the difference is, why we were made to put a light in on La Tierra and not on this subdivision off of Caja del Rio.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I don't have that answer, unfortunately. We sent it off to our review agencies in the planning department, and it was their determination that the light was not necessary for this subdivision.
Are we talking about a traffic light?
I'm talking about a street light.
A street light, thank you. Good question.
I just want to know. I mean, they're both dark. They're both out in the middle of nowhere. And so one subdivision has to have a street light and the other one doesn't. So, I'm having a hard time when I'm hearing that the SLDC says, oh, they're required to have a light. And then, I don't want a light. I'm fine with these people not having the light. But I don't like the double standard.
Chair, Commissioners, the light at the subdivision you're talking about, the one that was installed, that was a request and a note for safety by the traffic engineer of that project. It was noted in the TIA for that subdivision, and I do not believe that the traffic engineer and the TIA on this one noted that a light was required for safety.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't, except for a different traffic engineer. It's one reason I don't ever believe traffic engineers. Okay, one other question I have is, why is there not a turnout on the road on Caja del Rio to get to this road? Is that's not also not necessary from the traffic engineer's view?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there's an existing road, Calle Montevista, that is an existing turnout off to Caja del Rio.
Okay. That's all I have for right now.
Thank
But
you.
I'm not done.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Kenneth. The memo starts off with Las Campanas Residential Holdings LLC applicant. Is this a Las Campanas project?
No.
No, but they are the applicant, or is this just a euphemism for somebody that lives next to using the brands of Las Campanas to make it almost seem like Las Campanas?
Mr. Chair, that's a good question. Unfortunately, the deed, the way it's written out, is into the Las Campanas Residential Holdings LLC as owner.
Okay, so it would seem strange to Commissioner Hansen's point that, and this can be explained by the applicant, but or the agent, that why a no serve was offered. I mean, this is adjacent to Las Campanas. This is about as easy an extension to connect to the sewer system at Las Campanas. It seems like a much better solution. So I look forward to hearing all about that shortly. But that was my main question, because I see Las Campanas written in this thing and it's adjacent to Las Campanas. And then if Las Campanas refuses to serve it with sewer, that seems strange. So I'd like to understand that ownership issue.
Commissioner Hamilton?
So to continue along those lines, there are other developments that have put in package plans and whatnot. Why would this one be approved with septic? If technology is advanced enough to have affordable package sewage treatment plants?
For the, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for the treatment plants, the size of this development doesn't require that they have one.
It's just because it's smaller?
Madam Chair, correct.
Okay.
Other questions? Do we have a presentation from the developer, agent?
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jennifer Jenkins. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, and I confirm I am under oath.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins here this evening on behalf of Las Campanas Residential Holdings LLC and request for subdivision plat approval for the Calle Monte Vista subdivision. I have a fairly brief presentation, and I will attempt to answer some of the questions that have been posed as I go through the slides. Oh, maybe it's not turned on. Okay, let me try. So, not
Daniel's coming.
Oh, he's gonna, we have to. So while we get the technology resolved, I can confirm that very early on in our planning process for the project, we did reach out, oh, there we go, to the Las Campanas Water and Sewer Cooperative, because as you point out, we are adjacent to the Las Campanas Master Plan area. We are not in the Las Campanas service area, and they declined to expand the service area to encompass this project to allow us to connect. It was one of the first initial outreach that we did. I can share with you that the ownership entity also has developed property in the Las Campanas community, and so that is why the LLC is the same, because they utilize the same LLC to acquire this property as they had used to acquire property within the Las Campanas master plan. So that's the only. So my client has no control over the co-op, has no real influence over the co-op, and what they decide. They are a separate entity. They have their own board, their own set of regulations and bylaws that govern their utility service. Okay, so just a little bit, our project team here. I am the owner's representative here on behalf of Las Campanas Residential Holdings. Civil engineering services provided by Orlin Guerrero Ortiz with Design Ingenuity, who is also here this evening, and surveying provided locally by Dawson Surveys. So this is the subject parcels. There are two parcels totaling a little over 34 acres. We are located at the north extent of Caja del Rio and just south of the intersection of Las Campanas Drive. The property is zoned residential estate, which is one dwelling per 2.5 acres. You can see everything in gold here is the residential estate zoning district. The pink color you see is the planned development district for the Las Campanas master plan. And then over to the west is we have an institutional zoning designation. There are a lot of public institutions that exist on the west side of Caja del Rio. So zooming in on the property and the existing conditions, again, there are 2 parcels totaling a little over 34 acres. There is an existing roadway, Calle Monte Vista, that connects into Caja del Rio that will serve the project. And there is an existing drainage that kind of bisects the property here that is protected within a drainage easement. And the terrain, as you can see, this is the low point on the site, just near the entry to the subdivision. So the terrain is dropping this way to the south, and it's dropping from east to west to get down to our low point at the southwest corner of the site. The terrain is actually quite gentle. We don't have any 30% slopes, any escarpment, so it is quite developable in that regard. So this is our proposed site plan for a 13-lot subdivision. And this, we put it here so you can see it within the context of the neighboring properties. We have a Las Campanas subdivision north of us, and we have an existing community here off of Calle Hacienda to the east. And then there's additional residential lots on the south side of Paseo de Estrellas. So zooming in on the site plan, as I mentioned, we will be utilizing the existing Calle Monte Vista that terminates in a cul-de-sac. And then traveling north from that cul-de-sac, we will build a new roadway that forks, and then we terminate into 2 new cul-de-sacs on the west side of the project and on the east side of the project. This is the drainage area that I referenced here that runs this way across the site. The lots range in size from, in the mid 2 acres up to over 3 acres. So the development pattern is quite consistent with what we see in the surrounding neighborhood. We are connecting. We are going to be county water customers. There's an existing 12-inch stub coming off the BDD line that is within Caja del Rio. So there's an existing 12-inch stub that we're going to be connecting to in this location, and serving the property with county water and fire hydrants and all of that appropriate water infrastructure. So this is just the, again, 34 acres. We're zoned for 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres, which results in 13 single-family lots. We are not proposing guest houses on this property. And we are on county water service and individual septic. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I can confirm that we are in agreement with staff conditions of approval.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jennifer. 2 quick questions. Who owns the property immediately south to you all?
Those would be, I honestly don't recall the entity's name, but it's the same owners that my client acquired these 2 parcels from.
And you can confirm that you have no option to buy that property?
That is correct.
And
we actually were pursuing acquiring the property during the due diligence phase, but elected not to proceed and only purchase the 2 northern tracts.
And this is more of a question for Santa Fe County. Do we have a serial development regulation that says if these guys come in and buy those next lots next door, that they would then be subject to, so they're trying to meet a lower threshold now, but suddenly if they buy the land below this here, that they would trigger something?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that's correct. It's identified as the succeeding subdivision, and they'd have to wait a period of 7 years in order to perform that.
So if these developers decide to buy that property within 7 years and try to add on to this development, they would be certain other levels of requirements would be either enacted or triggered?
Mr. Chair, correct.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And then why no guest houses?
That was the election of the client in order to not be obligated to acquire the additional water for the guest houses.
As you've heard me up here a few times, the guest house is the answer to a lot of our issues here, right? These houses are literally going to be second homes, or if we're lucky, they're first homes for pretty idly wealthy people. They're not working class. We need to build a mixture of housing in developments like this. At least having a mixture of housing in 13 lots to have 20% in with the ability to build that also would give people a bigger variety of choice in this. And anyway, we'll get to that later, but I just hope that you can change their mind in the next few minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Let's have a public hearing then. Does anyone wish to speak about this development? Yes, sir. I see one person there. Come up.
Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And then for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
Okay, thank you.
So state your name and your address.
My name is Richard May. I live at 33 Calle Hacienda.
Thank you. And do you understand that you're under oath?
And I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Richard May. I live catty corner to this development. I am on Calle Hacienda, if you notice the map. And we are concerned about this development. Commissioner Hanson just mentioned in the meeting that she may be having a letter to do a national monument of Calle del Rio. This development is literally right across the road from Calle del Rio area that she's very concerned about and preserving. There's also a concern about the setback from the lots. The representative did not mention it. I think there a question that the commission may want to ask is, originally it was 25 feet. My understanding was it might be 50 feet. I think the residents in the community adjacent to this development would prefer 100 feet to make it fair, because even though the slope of the land is going downward towards that lower level to the southwest, that potentially could be harmful to the value of our lots, because those houses may interfere with the sunset views that we have to the west. So again, I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I think there are issues that need to be addressed to make this more accommodating for everybody in the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Okay, we'll close public hearing. Go back to the commission for discussion. Or motion? Yes, Commissioner Green.
Ms. Jenkins, would your clients be willing to allow for three of the lots to have guest houses on them?
My client is joining this virtually, so I do not have access to them in the chambers right now. So I would need to take a moment, and I would have to get on the phone with them, because I am not authorized to agree to that on their behalf.
Okay, well.
So I could.
Any other questions?
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jennifer. So you have agreed to 50 feet setback.
Thank you. Yes, I did neglect to, but on the east side of our project, which is the common boundary with the Calle Hacienda community that Mr. May referenced, we doubled the minimum setback required by the county code. The minimum is 25 feet, and we doubled it to 50 feet to address the concerns expressed by the neighborhood with respect to that setback.
So how about 75? Does that still work?
It's not ideal, and we have a project before us that is probably the cleanest subdivision I've ever done. We are free of variances. We are looking forward to the opportunity to comply with the county code as written. And we have doubled the setback in that area. And we feel like that is a fair enough compromise at this point.
And if I remember the lot layout.
Yes, I can go to it real quick. Let's see. Okay, I'm not advancing again. Oh, wait, I think we did. We're good now. Let me just go. I went too far. So this is the area where you have the cul-de-sac, and all of this area is where we have the 50-foot setback.
Along the back.
Yeah, along
the
those
east
back
side.
lots, yes.
So, I mean, I see 3 lots that probably you could easily get a 75. I see 1 lot or 2 lots that will be more difficult.
Yeah.
I get it, but you have agreed to 50%.
We have agreed to 50 feet on those lots as depicted here. And as pointed out, the terrain slopes down. So, where these homes are going to be is easily 10 feet below the neighbors to the east.
So I'm going to go back to this sewer issue because it really bothers me that we cannot get Las Campanas Co-op to agree. And so one of the things that I have believed from the beginning of my term is that the county should buy that co-op. It's underused. It's badly run. I don't have any problem saying that. I'm leaving office, And it's an embarrassment because it's underutilized.
Yeah.
And so I just want to put that on the record because I feel like it is really embarrassment to Santa Fe County and to the Las Campanas residents that that they're so unwilling to, close the gates after, we've come in, so to speak. I think that's all I have.
Okay. Well,
We'll make a motion.
yes.
Case 24-5160, Las Campanas Residential Holding, request type 3, major subdivision approval of a 13-lot residential subdivision per Sustainable Land Development Code. I still don't like your fee in lieu, and I really stress and hope that the manager and this board hear me, that needs to be changed. The price needs to be $500,000 minimum for a fee in lieu, if not more. And it should go away altogether. I'll go on, a total acreage, et cetera. So I move to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton.
Under discussion, please.
Further discussion?
So requiring 3 guest houses, or at least allowing 3 guest houses, gets us, if it's not fee in lieu, it at least gets us more housing stock in this area at a small scale. And, it's literally by the water plant. It seems like it would be an easy offer, and, they don't have to build them, but they can't say that they can't do them.
So I'm willing to consider that. But what lots?
They can choose whichever lots they want. They can.
So Jennifer, do you need to call your owner?
If I may, Commissioners, if I understand Commissioner Green's friendly amendment, is that the approval would say 3 guest houses are permissible to be determined should the applicant proceed with all the other elements that would need to go into facilitating that.
Before the final plat,
Yeah.
you would designate 3 lots that would have the ability to have a guest house on them.
And that you'd have to then get more water.
So I would have to confer with my client, because under the new, that's a check, that's $100,000 out the door, just for the
For-
privilege to buy the water for the guest houses.
For guest houses?
Well, I have not been informed that if there's a firm policy for how much a quarter acre foot of water would result in writing a check for $100,000, which is concerning. So I'm not in a position to spend my client's money in that regard. And
I am,
so,
but no, just kidding. But
if there's a policy that guest houses have a lower number that is permissible, I am not aware of that. Maybe staff could speak to that.
that is definitely one of the things that we've been trying to get our
I know you have.
SLDC to
Yeah.
adjust, not to penalize people for a 500 square foot guest house at the same amount as a 5,000 square foot.
And I think
primary.
that's an important effort. I totally agree. It's a really important effort, but it is a concern. Our water connection alone to connect to the county system is a $300,000 price tag, just to make the water connection, because we have a pressure reducing valve and a master meter. There's a lot of infrastructure there. So the infrastructure for, spreading that just among 13 lots is not a lot of, it's not a lot of density to work with. So every penny does count.
But you'd have rental houses that people could rent out and make that money back quickly.
But those my clients not renting out the guest houses.
Yeah, the client is not renting.
May I offer that the approval could say up to 3 guest houses are permitted, and then it would give us an opportunity that should the client and we are able to negotiate maybe a different fee structure for the guest houses with respect to water, if we're able to do that, then we wouldn't have to come back to amend the plat. And so it would give us the opening to have that conversation with growth management and utilities about how the water use for those could be addressed.
Okay, 5. You got it. You can come back later, but for 5. Right? 5 out of 13.
You said 3.
I said 3, but she negotiated the other direction. No requirement to build them now. They're totally optional, but
I think optional is the key. And the other thing is it creates an option for a future property owner to say, I want to build a guest house. I'm going to pay my water connection fees for that
Absolutely.
privilege. With that, I'm completely open. I'm completely open to the optionality of the guest houses that creates the ability for a future property owner to say, I want a guest house and I'm going to pay my fees and I'm going to go about my day.
I think that I just don't want to see a preclusion of this.
I totally respect that. So I would find that acceptable, that there would be the option of 5 guest houses, and we could document that on the plat in some way that would be carry forward into the future. That would be clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that a friendly amendment to your motion?
Yes, I'll accept that.
And the second does as well.
Okay, so it's 5 houses?
And then you also accept all the conditions.
Yes.
And so all the conditions need to be listed on the plat. Anything else I forgot or didn't forget? Please, let's work on no septic tanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None opposed? That was a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton, and it
And-
passed unanimously,
And amended with the 5 houses.
and amended by Commissioner Green.
5. She said 5.
5. Okay, let's move to 12B. Which is Essentia. Ken Quintana, you have a presentation?
Essentia Holdings LLC applicant Jenkins Gavin Inc. agent requests an amendment to the final order approving the Essenzia's development conceptual plan for a 710 lot residential subdivision consisting of 277 acres more or less. The Board of County Commissioners approved the conceptual plan at its September 13th, 2022 meeting, and its order was recorded January 11th, 2023 as instrument number 2004641. The property is located at the end of Camino Vista Grande and at the end of Vista del Monte. The applicant requests an amendment to condition number 21 of the order. The condition required that vertical construction not commence until Avenida del Sur was constructed by the developer to county standards. However, on April 15, 2024, the board approved the agreement regarding road improvements by which the county assumed responsibility for constructing the road in exchange for a financial contribution from the applicant. By taking on that responsibility, the county essentially took compliance with conditional 21 out of the applicant's hands. For that reason, the applicant is requesting to amend condition 21 to state no vertical construction shall begin until operational water and sewer utility lines are installed and stubbed out at the property line within the subdivision. On September 13th, 2022, the board approved the conceptual plan for 710 lots subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres. On July 8th, 2024, a conceptual plan amendment was recorded with the county clerk's office as instrument number 2037145 to allow subphases. On August 13th, 2024, the BCC approved subphase 1B consisting of 102 single-family residences and 15 affordable dwellings, subphase 1C consisting of 78 single-family lots and 12 affordable dwellings, and subphase 1D consisting of 84 single-family residences and 13 affordable dwellings. On October 29, 2024, the BCC heard this case and voted to table the item to provide notice to the surrounding neighbors. On October 31st, 2024, the applicant provided a modification application to withdraw the request of removal of condition number 22 of the Essentia conceptual plan final order. The applicant now plans to build out the gravel road as originally contemplated by the January 11th, 2023 order. For that reason, the applicant no longer intends to use Camino Vista Grande for construction purposes, and the notice to neighbors contemplated at the October 29th meeting did not occur. Staff is aware of the traffic issues discussed at last month's meeting, including the need to implement improvisions as the need arises to the road network in and around the southwest portion of Rancho Viejo, where the Essentia development is located. Specifically, staff is aware of the conditions imposed on future development by the language contained in the conditional road dedication executed by Rancho Viejo de Santa Fe, Inc., and recorded on June 4th, 1999 as instrument number 1077361. Staff's recommendation. Staff recommends amendment to the conceptual plan conditions so that condition number 21 states no vertical construction shall begin until operational water and sewer utility lines are installed and stubbed out at the property lines within the subdivision. Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions? I have one question, which you already stated, but I wanted to confirm that they don't intend to use Camino Vista Grande for construction purposes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. As of the October 31st, 2024 letter, they have withdrawn the amendment to that condition.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you for clarifying that. That was going to be my one question because I think the audience wanted to know that and to hear that very clearly. So,
Okay. Jennifer, do you have a presentation?
Hello again, Commissioners. I am Jennifer Jenkins, and I confirm I am still under oath. You know what, Daniel? I don't think I need the presentation right now. I will have it to refer to should there be any questions. But I just wanted to touch on, Commissioners, following our hearing a couple of weeks ago, I really want to thank Commissioner Green for really challenging us a little bit to think through the construction access, and we did that. And we got very granular around our construction schedule, the construction schedule for Avenida del Sur. We engaged with the Public Works Department, and we came up with a plan that we feel is very workable for us to move forward, utilizing Vista Del Monte and Avenida del Sur, even during the construction phase, that is workable. And everybody is on board. And so that is why we withdrew our request to modify that condition. So we really, taking that couple of weeks and having time to really drill down on it, I think turned into a good result. So we withdrew that request. And so we're moving forward as originally contemplated when the conceptual plan was approved. And so we're just asking for the one amendment just to reflect the terms of the roadway agreement. And so with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you for coming up with a solution, but what have you come up with a solution for Avenida del Sur and the traffic impact that Rancho Viejo feels?
Oh, okay. So now we do need to cue the presentation. Okay. So yes, so what we did is that as I mentioned before, for each phase of subdivision approvals for Essentia, we're required to update our traffic study for each phase. So we did that. We submitted the phase 1 subdivision plats were approved here back in August. As part of that submittal, we updated our we did brand new traffic counts. We updated our traffic study and we submitted that updated traffic study. At that time, the La Entrada Phase 2 project in Rancho Viejo was not yet submitted into the county. It wasn't moving forward. So at that time, it was not included in our background traffic because that's the standard process. If there's a project in the system, already approved or under construction, you include those projects in your background traffic to account for it. But we had not done that at that time. So we went ahead and did that. So we wanted to, let's see what happens if we take our current counts. Okay, here we go again. There we go. I'm just going to leap forward here real quick. Okay, I went too far. So we took our counts that were done in fall of 2003 in preparation for our spring submittal. And we assumed all of La Entrada Phase 2, I believe it's 264 lots. We assumed 100% of those houses were built and occupied. And we added them in to that update. So what you see here in the first chart, this is Phase 1 that was just approved at Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur intersection. The levels of service are fantastic. B's and A's. So then we leapfrog to the next phase, which is going to be tracks 3 and 4, another 318 units, plus La Entrada's units. This is in 2029. Still excellent levels of service. In 2029, we do not have a capacity issue at that intersection. Then the final phase of Essentia, implementation year 2033, we have an issue at that intersection. That's a maybe. That's a projection. Here's one thing we don't know yet. We have not yet counted cars when the Southeast Connector is open. We're going to be doing our next batch of counts in January for our next subdivision application, and we're going to have new, fresh data that looks at how have traffic patterns changed in response to the Southeast Connector. That's going to be really important data and important information.
Let's start referring to it as Falcon Way.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner,
So,
Falcon Way. Falcon Way.
It has a name.
And then following that, the next update we do, Avenida del Sur is going to be open. and this really finishes out in a lot of ways the bulk of the transportation network in the community college district that has been planned for the last 24 years. So we're going to have even better information about how are the traffic patterns, how many Ascensia residents actually are using Avenida del Sur out to Highway 14, and how many are heading north going through Rancho Viejo. We have assumptions. Our traffic engineer has made some assumptions in that regard. Maybe the assumptions are right on, maybe they're not. But we should pursue the opportunity to get the most accurate data we can. This information right here is the most current, accurate data available to any of us. Any of us. The data that Rancho Viejo is relying on, with their assumption that there's some sort of imminent failure at that intersection of Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur, is based upon the counts that Ascensia did for their conceptual plan application in 2021. 3.5 years ago. And it was during COVID, so we had to modify the data based on DOT recommendations in order to try to replicate pre-COVID traffic conditions. So this is the data that is being relied upon. It's not good data anymore. We went to the effort to demonstrate there is no imminent failure. Standard practice and process is you do a traffic study, you determine, do you have acceptable levels of service at all your studied intersections? Yes or no? If you do, great, you move forward. If you don't, you need to mitigate and address intersections that have issues. That's just how the process works. And we, Ascensia, are completely aware. If there's an issue, whether it be in 2029 or 2033, we understand the obligation. We are not saying we don't have a potential obligation here. What we're saying is not today. There's nothing before us that says it's today. And the thing that's really critical is the right-of-way dedication plat that Mr. Summer referenced, where this, I know you probably can't see my pointer, but if you look at this little stretch from Avon New Po south to our north boundary, when that right-of-way was dedicated to support this Avenida del Sur extension project, there were conditions. Absolutely. We are very aware of the conditions. But the key thing about these conditions is that there's a couple of words here. Under number 1, any and all owners of property which will utilize the connection be required to do such improvements as are necessary. As are necessary. And it says it again in number 2. Improvements as are necessary. They are not yet necessary. We are following the standard development process with respect to traffic and traffic improvements. We're not asking for special treatment. We just need to follow the process. We will be back in front of this body probably at least 3 more times for 3 more subdivision plats with 3 more traffic study updates. There's no chance this is going to get away from us and it's going to somehow get missed. It's not going to get missed because we're going to follow the process. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any more questions.
Mr. Chair. Will you,
Hanson.
will you plan to put, if you go back to the other slide that you were just on, do you plan to put a roundabout eventually in the corner of Avenida Del Sur and Van Poe?
That's part of the extension project. Yes, that will be a roundabout.
So where the roundabout will go in that,
Right at this little T right here,
and
yeah.
when are you putting that in?
That is part of the Avenida del Sur extension project that the county is constructing and we are contributing to.
Okay. So, you know, as we saw with traffic engineers or traffic whatever, they all have different opinions.
Well, Rancho Viejo and Esencia have the same traffic engineer.
Okay, well, we don't have two different ones like La Tierra and Caja del Rio.
Yeah, no. No.
Okay. I think we need to go to public hearing and.
Yeah, let's go to public hearing. I just have one
Yes.
question, though. What was the original condition 21 that you're changing to just what it is now?
So in the study in 21, they took the 21 counts that were modified for COVID conditions. They added 100% of the Esencia homes of 710 homes, assuming all 710 of those homes are occupied today, which we are 9 years away from having a completed project.
No, I think I was asking about staff recommends amending the conceptual plan conditions so that condition 21 states.
Oh, you said condition, my apologies. I thought you were talking about the 21 traffic counts. My apologies.
No vertical construction shall begin until operational water and sewer lines are installed and stubbed out at property lines within the subdivision.
Yes, that is our proposed amendment to that condition per the request of.
What was the original?
The original condition was based on an assumption that that Esencia was responsible for constructing Avenida del Sur. And since Esencia is no longer responsible for constructing Avenida del Sur, it's now a county project. So the condition does not align with the roadway agreement. So I just pulled up on the screen the original condition 21 is no vertical construction shall begin until Avenida del Sur is completed to county standards. And then the proposed amendment, staff expressed concern, wanted to make sure water and sewer stub outs were at all of the lots before vertical construction. So we just are modifying that condition to address that.
So how do you envision Avenida del Sur working through construction and then when construction is ended?
So going to the next slide. So the schedule for the construction of Avenida del Sur and for the on-site infrastructure within Esencia are aligned actually quite elegantly. So I'm going to go to the next. So what you see here on the top in the orange is the county schedule for constructing Avenida del Sur. The design is complete. It's going out to bid, and they are planning to start construction this spring. We are planning to start our backbone infrastructure within Esencia as early as next month, December, January. So we're a little bit ahead of them, which actually works really great because it gives us an opportunity to get materials on site, get the earth movers moved on site, and all of that. So we're a little bit of ahead. And so as you can see here is the road is slated to be complete in spring of 26. Per the roadway agreement, it's actually the end of April of 2026. And we don't have people moving in till late summer of 26. So the road will be complete before any of our homes are occupied.
Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry that I went down a rabbit hole here.
Any other questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you. So one of the ways to cut down on traffic counts is making it where people don't have to leave their development to get certain goods, right? That might be going to work, a gallon of milk, six-pack of beer, going to even have dinner, right? And you're building a park, smaller than I wish, but we'll accept it. And it has a street right across the street, some townhomes right across the street from it. This is
Correct.
phase 3. This is in the future, so I'm just putting a seed in your brain.
Okay.
But if you want to cut down on people's trips, you put an amenity internal to your development of some commercial value to the people. So when you get to 500 homes, you start to go, wow, what do my neighbors want? And somebody's going to be an entrepreneurial neighbor and say, I want to live here and open a bar, restaurant, a daycare center, a whatever is the most suitable for the neighborhood that you are developing. So I ask you now, just to put a seed in the
Okay.
things, that those townhouses that face the park have commercial viability, that you leave very small, right? 2,000 square foot, 3,000 square foot pads with not very much parking, meant for neighborhood use.
Okay.
That people can go grab a sandwich and go sit in the park and not have to leave to go get a sandwich to go sit in their park.
Okay.
Think about that. I
Great.
know that that will cut down on your traffic, and I will look at it and say, well, obviously the traffic, you're doing everything to mitigate the traffic on the roads that go into Rancho Viejo or back to Highway 14 just to get a sandwich, six-pack of beer, or whatever is.
Great. Okay.
So-
Thank you, Commissioner Gray. Noted.
Okay, let's move to public hearing. Does anybody want to speak? You get 2 minutes each.
Hello. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And then for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Kurt Summer. My address is 2000 Old Pecos Trail. I'm an attorney. I'm here on behalf of Univest Rancho Viejo, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time this evening. Rancho Viejo has had its master plan recorded for years and built this infrastructure in accordance with that master plan, with the anticipation, as you can see from 1999, that in fact there would be additional developments coming on. What we know is that Rancho Viejo had its own traffic study and notes in it sent by the same company that Essentia is showing. It shows a failure. The study you just saw shows a failure. So we know a failure's coming based upon the studies. It's a question of when you're going to address that failure. There's going to be an infrastructure development if you extend Avenida del Sur with a roundabout. We know that Rancho Viejo Boulevard, coming into Rancho Avenida del Sur, there's going to be a failure, even by their own numbers. Disregard whether you believe either of the numbers. Both sets of numbers show a failure. So what we're asking for is there's also expected failure at Camino del Rancho, where another roundabout or turnabout is going to be needed. And it's just a question of time. So we're going to ask these neighbors and the Rancho Viejo subdivision to endure more construction down later in time when we know there's going to be a failure. So what we're asking you to do tonight is, if you approve this, that they bond for these additional improvements on Avenida del Sur now. Not that we wait, because we know they're going to be necessary, as Ms. Jenkins pointed out. Their study shows it's going to be necessary. So what we would like you to do is put a condition that they bond for these, or put this infrastructure in, or the county do so at the time that they're doing this new extension. So thank you for your time. I'm out.
Thank you. And perhaps only you three, or is everybody who wishes to testify could stand up and take the oath at the same time?
Why don't you all just stand up for your presence?
Will you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then when you each come to the microphone, you can state your name, address, and that you understand you're under oath in order for your testimony to be valid.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Tom Church. I'm a resident of 63 Brown Castle Ranch, which is off Vista Del Monte. And very quickly, you've made most of the neighborhood here very happy in removing the construction access along Avenue de Vista del Grande. I believe that's what most of them were here for. I came tonight, my brother and Ed and I and his wife Tracy represent 35 acres of our grandparents' 1930 homestead patent, where I've lived continuously for 40 years. I'm a retired 26-year employee of the State Transportation Department, serving as Cabinet Secretary for my final 6 years. The access to the Essentia subdivision appears to be unclear and changing continuously. Several years ago, I was told the primary access would be off Avenida del Sur, essentially making this a South Richards Avenue community. I later learned in the commission notes that Vista del Monte would become a construction access gravel road. I approached the county and have now learned that there are plans to pave the road Vista del Monte and connect it, open it up to Avenida del Sur. What this is going to do is it provides a very different strategic outlook for this community. I've served on the community college district planning process for years, and I can tell you, I understand the access of the community nodes concept, no problem with that. I can't stop development, but what you're about to do is create a southern relief route for all of the South Richards communities. You're projecting traffic going out Rancho Viejo Boulevard, which is inaccurate and deceptive to the public. I'll let one of my other people finish with the time, as we have several more comments. We've handed out our letters of concerns that have been submitted to the
Okay.
Please state your name and address.
Tracy Church, 119 Vista Del Monte.
Okay, and you understand that you're under oath.
Thank you.
You have to say you're under oath.
And I'm under oath, sorry. So, as Thomas mentioned, we need to make sure that the plan is clear, because we've heard now 3 or 4 different options. And if indeed this is a connection from Avenida del Sur into the Essentia project that links into Vista del Monte, that traffic pattern it's easier to get south coming down that road. And if that is a construction outlet, we, as the landowners and residents of that community, need some clarity around what that means for us. The duration, the disruption, the noise, the traffic, the safety, the access. So you have the letter that we submitted to the county officials. We have the right-of-way request that we are waiting to hear what is needed from us as landowners. And we're really just looking for clarity and for protection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you speak, sir, will you please state your name and
Mark
address?
Ewing. I live in the Vallalindo subdivision, and I've been a resident there for 40 years.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
18 Camino Vista Grande.
Okay, and do you understand that you're under oath, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have 3 letters in my hands. One of them, which I wrote, and one by the Santa Fe Gateway Alliance, and one by Patty Burks, who was unable to attend due to an emergency. However, she did provide me with these letters, which I can present to you, commissioners, and they'll be, I don't know who I present them to, but And I do have my letter. However, I think our questions and our concerns have been answered by disallowing Camino Vista Grande to be used as a construction traffic road. So I think those are my concerns. And I think you also have a copy of my letter that you could refer to if you have any questions as to my concerns. But I think pretty much disallowing that road as a construction road has been answered. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public hearing? Going once, going twice? Okay, anybody online? Okay, back to commission discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Bustamante.
the question that I have regarding the bonding for future failures, is that something that the applicant has considered, would be amenable to?
We are aware of Rancho Viejo's request in that regard, and we are not in agreement. There is nothing in the SLDC, there's nothing in standard, commonly accepted practice that would require an applicant to bond for an improvement that might be required in 9 years. It's not acceptable.
Other questions, comments? I think I'm in pretty much agreement with what is requested. I'll make a motion. I move that case number 215142, Essentia Holdings applicant, request approval of amendment to final order of the Essentia conceptual plan for 712 residential subdivision consisting of 270 more or less. The property is located at the end of Camino Vista Grande and at the end of Vista del Monte, south of the intersection of Avenue del Sur and Avenue Poe within the Community College District, within Section 30, Township 16 North, Range 9 East. And that includes the addition to the conditions as recommended by staff.
Second.
Motion by me, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And any other announcements or adjournment?
Mr. Chair, motion to adjourn.
No, go ahead. I'll second.
Mr. Monte, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.